If it's a game, it's a fun feature. If it's a game, it's a fun feature. It's not a game. It is sustenance.
This is a food ordering app.
Sustenance.
I don't need vibration in my food, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the DisplayShelf podcast. It is a nice Sunday evening this time around, not Monday, so we're not in the middle of Raw right now, which is good news. That is great news. And as always, I'm joined by my very close friends, Garrett.
Howdy.
And Isaac.
I am one of those.
Indeed.
All right, gentlemen, this is episode 7 of the DisplayShelf podcast. Pretty solid so far. We had a little hiatus for a week, but we're back in it. We're ready to talk. We have some very important things to talk about today. I'm looking forward to going over all we have here. We got lots of good stuff.
A lot of catching up to do.
Lots of things happening. June has been a big month so far. We're halfway through it, but it's been a big month so far.
Really has.
So, as first off, I think we can kind of talk about what we do usually, our collection check-in. I know you guys think you guys have some stuff to talk about in that regard.
Oh yeah,
indeed.
I know Isaac, you expressed you wanted to go last because you have a good amount of stuff to go through. So, do you prefer that I go first, Garrett, or do you want to go first?
I will. Dealer's choice.
Okay. Let's have you go first, just for fun.
Sure. I'm gonna do the gimmick where I turn on the camera on the audio podcast to show off some toys, some of which you can already see in my background here, because I'm not motion blaring anything. Number 1 from Andor, Star Wars Black Series. Moses, got to go over the mic. Orson Krennic. It's a retool of the standard Imperial body. The cape is kind of traffic cone-ish. The head is pretty good on this one, though, so good stuff. I'm realizing that the camera does not want to focus, so you can't get a whole lot of detail there, so I'm sorry, guys. You guys can see it.
That and the white balancing, but...
That and the white balancing. Yeah. There's a lot of white on that uniform that I guess he's not ISB, is he? Anyway.
No, he's not.
I'm moving the mic, sorry. New mic, by the way, for me, so sorry if there's some weirdness going on. About said something else. I'll move to this guy. Picked this up a couple weeks ago, but finally built it yesterday. This is the YOLO Park AMK Pro Series Generation 1 Starscream from Transformers. Comes with some blast effects. It's all... Well, it's not all die-cast. Parts of it are die-cast, parts of it are plastic. I really like this line. They look cool. They move around pretty well. They're kind of a fun build. Starscream. So, yeah.
Dick.
Indeed. Moving to Marvel Legends.
Just covering all your bases today.
I am. I've got a little bit of everything here. This is Rom, the Space Knight.
Oh, I remember that one, yeah.
Yeah. Finally picked this one up. He's part of that comic series with Adam Warlock and Banshee. This is the last one that I said if I find it somewhere, I'm picking it up for full price. I'm not waiting for clearance, so got that one at the Walmart. Another Walmart find in a minute. After that, from the Amazon, X-Factor Cyclops. This is that. It's a nice Cyclops. It's on the Vulcan body, which is their go-to body for Marvel Legends right now. But it's got good movement range. It's got no issues, so we'll take that. And my favorite part of it is the screaming head with the blast effect, which I am trying to quickly put on to show you guys, which is... That is the blast effect.
Oh my god!
So cool. If you put that up against like a shield, or I've seen pictures of it put up against like the HasLab Sentinel, it looks awesome. speaking of X-Men, the GameStop in the next town over came in clutch. Professor X, complete with the cool 90s hover chair.
Cool guy chair.
Cool guy
Very
chair.
yellow chair.
It's a very yellow chair, but it's super cool. And he's just been sitting on my desk, telepathically judging me for the past probably about a week. And finally, we'll pivot to another bald character, another very famous bald. That sounded bad. Another very famous bald person. That being Stone Cold Steve Austin.
I did see that. Yeah, I saw that at the Wally. They had a couple of them.
They had a couple of them. I picked up one. They had 3. It's got the knee brace, got like the soft goods denim and in the shirt. It's super cool. Yes. Apologies to members of the bald community for anyone that I have offended here today. And I'll leave it there. Jacob, you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. First in podcast history here, I'm going to do the gimmick of video on an audio podcast.
Whoa.
Pretty impressive. Okay, so I do actually have a few things. I'm not going to show it up to here, but the Switch 2 counts as one thing, I think, because I think it's been
Oh boy.
I think it came out within the lifetime we recorded. So I got that. Very enjoying it so far. We'll talk more about that later, though, about the Switch 2. But also, they had packs of... They had single packs with the promo cards of Paradox Rift at Walmart a couple days ago. I grabbed 4 of them, and my one... Hey, you probably can't see it here. Oh, maybe you can. Let's see.
Kind of, yeah.
It's the Skeledirge EX with a steel... I think a steel type tear, I think it is.
Yes, sir.
Nice.
I don't have that one yet, so I'll take it. The only card that was a hit that I got out of those 4 packs, but can't complain. And the promo cards were like the Pineco promo, which is pretty cool. I think it was Sinista is that a promo, so not bad. Also, I wanted to try. I'm trying to get into Fire Emblem games. I found Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes for $32 on Amazon.
Nice.
Instead of $60, which I was like, I want to play the games, but Nintendo games never go on sale. And I saw it for $32, and it was next day shipping. I'm like, okay, I'll try it out. I only played a little bit. I've enjoyed it so far. It's kind of like the Hyrule Warriors games for Zelda, like the tactical, open kind of those kind of games. And I didn't really think I'd like those kind of games, but I'm enjoying it so far. I'm giving it a try. I do want to try some other ones, but so far, just starting this one, and I've enjoyed it so far. And I tried playing the first couple. They had the Fire Emblems, the first 2 on the Virtual Console on Switch, so I'm gonna try those as well, just to see what they're like, and hopefully they'll be enjoyable. But I think that is it for me. Yeah, I just got that Switch 2 also, and that's been about it for me.
Nice.
Yeah.
Isaac,
Heck
what you
yeah.
got?
All
I
right.
know you've got quite a bit here.
Yeah. Just a couple things.
Just a couple.
So to preference my segment here, the reason why we had to take a 1-week hiatus, the reason why the schedule had to get changed a little bit is because last week I was in Orlando, Florida at Walt Disney World and Universal Studios. So I have a couple things that I picked up. But before I get into all that stuff, I still have some regular stuff to show off. So I'm going to go ahead, and we're all going to be doing the camera gimmick today.
One of these days. One of these days, we're going to move to video podcast, but
it'll be permanent camera. Yeah,
it's not today.
Eventually, today is not that day.
Today.
Today's not that day.
So I'll start small with the few Funko Pops that I got. So I was at the old Walmart yesterday. Found me a Lionel Messi from Inter Miami, which is cool because I don't have one of those. I don't actually know if they make them or not, but I'm a big soccer fan. Messi's been my favorite player for probably at least a decade now. Had to have it for the collection. And then we've got the Jango Fett from the FET collection, the FET Legacy collection. Shout out our local toy store for having that.
Indeed.
At a relatively decent price. And then we have Miss Becky Two Belts from Target Con 2022. Also from the local game store. Shout out the local game store once again. And if I remember right, this price was a steal, so we'll take it.
He's good about that. I always like going in there.
Yeah, he's great. And one more thing from that same store. We got Alexa Bliss, I believe it was from 2021 Elite Series 82.
Oh, wow,
unfortunately, it was.
Nice.
Yeah, I did my homework. I did
the homework. That's awesome.
Anything for my girl. Single, by the way.
She's not.
Yeah.
Much.
Anyways, it does come with the tag team championship, which is pretty cool. Unfortunately, since it was an already out of box figure, I don't have the extra set of hands, so she's kind of stuck in the one goddess pose, but that's fine because that's probably where I'd put her anyways.
Yeah.
So, next up, we had the new Pokemon set drop, Destined Rivals. And I have a friend who is close with the owner of a game store. And he was kind enough to talk to the guy and say, hey, my buddy wants a booster box. Can you get him one? And so I got a booster box of Destined Rivals for a fairly expensive price, but not scalper pricing. So that's good. And I was paying, an actual game store for it. So I didn't feel as bad paying a little bit higher margin. Plus, this set's awesome. So I'll go over a couple little hits here. I got the Team Rocket's Wheezing art rare, which is very solid. That was one of my semi chases. So I'll take that. We got a Blaziken, which is fire, no pun intended. We got Team Rocket's Meowth art rare, which is incredible. We've got full art Arvin's Mabostiff, and my favorite pull.
Oh wow!
While it's not the big dog one, I did get the full art Cynthia's Garchomp.
That's got to be a pretty good one. Probably one of the best ones you've gotten.
It's quite nice. I mean, it doesn't come anywhere near the price of the special art, but So that's that. I did get, a bunch of EXs and other stuff that you get out of a booster box, but yeah. So I think it's time for us to visit the fun stuff. So I'll start fairly somewhat small here and kind of build my way up.
Oh boy.
Start here. So it's a little Super Nintendo World.
Oh, that's cool.
Because for those who don't know, at Universal, they opened up a new land called Epic Universe, which features Super Nintendo World. So it's all built around, the Mushroom Kingdom. So there's Koopas and, Mario characters all around and whatnot. And so naturally, I was in heaven. And so what I have in my hands here is a little statue of Mario standing next to some red block with the Super Nintendo World lettering above it. Super cool. Not sure where I'm going to put it, but I felt like I had to get something to commemorate the trip if the other stuff didn't already cover that.
Absolutely.
Which it does. I did also get this little pin just because
nice.
It's a Mario hitting a question block with the Super Nintendo World logo. And then I have the Universal Mario Kart Trophy.
Whoa.
Which is really cool. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of cheap plastic, but it's not amazing. And it's $26. Right. But, so they have a Mario Kart ride there. which is super cool because you put on these like AR goggles and
Okay.
you're in a Mario Kart race and you got to like steer and shoot green shells at the Koopalings. And if you get a certain amount of coins, you win. And you're sitting in a car with 3 other people who are also playing. So you're kind of competing against them. So I was with my family. Naturally, I got the most coins. So felt like I had to take the trophy.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Just yeah, to gloat, you know.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Do I have anything before I get to this? I guess not. So I remember I told you guys that on Thursday that I was there, I went to the Marvel land that they have in Islands of Adventure, Universal Islands of Adventure, and that I picked up something pretty cool. So here goes.
Whoa!
Yeah,
What the
it's kind of hard to see with the light in the background, so I'll try to get some better light and whatnot. But this is a big figure of Taskmaster. I'll hold it up to my head for size so you can see it's pretty big.
It's about as big as his head. It's probably like what, about a foot tall, you reckon?
Probably, maybe not quite, but
Can't
it's.
remember how big your head is off the top of my head.
I mean, I don't know the exact size of my head either, so we're just gonna go with that. It's roughly about a foot tall. And it's comic books Taskmaster. He's holding up a shield, blocking some bullets. He's got a sword in his hands and a little flowy cape and whatnot. This was a pain to get home. I'll tell you what.
Oh, I can imagine.
Because it's in a big box, and we flew there, didn't check any bags or anything, so that was an experience. But we made it work. Yeah. So that's
Who makes those? Are those like Universal exclusive?
I don't know. I think it's Marvel specifically, but I didn't find any like really good branding on the box.
Okay.
It just said it was one of like the gallery dioramas.
Oh,
So-
it might be Diamond Select. I'm gonna Google it while we're sitting
It might
here, 'cause I'm
be.
curious.
You might be right. But then he's got the quiver on the back too. I don't know if you caught that. No idea where I'm gonna put it, but it's
Yeah.
super sick.
Diamond
and
Select.
Diamond. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah.
Yep, I found
So
it.
that
Sorry.
was that was dope. They had a couple other good ones, but it's theme park pricing, and I was not going to pay that much for characters that I don't. Not that I don't care about, but like they're not it characters. Well, the Taskmaster was a lot cheaper, so I was like, you know what? I always like Taskmaster.
Yeah,
Cool figure. I'm gonna get it.
absolutely.
Now on to the main event, which I teased you guys a little bit
You
a few days ago. So we have. I'll show you the box first because it doesn't fit in the box very well. Once you take it out, unfortunately.
Interesting.
So this here is a box
It is a box
with a logo on it.
with the Phoenix logo.
With the
Yeah.
Phoenix. Indeed. This is from Star Wars. Inside of there is a lightsaber.
Nice.
A lightsaber of one Ezra Bridger,
That is sick.
which is super sick. Very nice, very nice. So this top part, you might look at it and you say, well, how's that supposed to fit one of the blades? Because it's a super small cylindrical little
Yeah.
thing.
Yep.
So
Very
we'll set the
unique
mic
in
down here for a second.
He play-by-play time. He is unscrewing the top of the thing, and then he is reaching down, and he's still reaching down. The thing is off of the bottom of the hilt. He is looking at me like, "Why on earth are you doing this?"
No, I'm just waiting for you to stop talking.
Okay, please. All right, I've stopped. Whoa!
So it's got an interchangeable top. Which
Oh, that's
the
cool.
light doesn't do me any favors behind me, but Yeah, so interchangeable top that'll fit one of the Disney blades. It's got sound effects and everything. Hopefully the mic's catching that, but if not, just imagine lightsaber sounds happening.
It is, yeah.
So
That's awesome.
pretty sweet.
That is awesome.
Pretty sweet. Yeah. Yeah, you kind of called it too. You were like, I showed a picture in the dark of the blade glowing and not much else to these guys when I got back. And I said, hey, I got something special that I'm going to show off on the podcast. Here's a little sneak peek. And you said, Garrett, you said, is that Sabine's lightsaber? And I was like, I mean, technically,
yeah.
but,
sorry, man.
yeah, technically speaking, yes, but also no.
Yeah, no. That's awesome,
So,
dude. How was
It
the
is
trip?
sick. Oh, the trip was awesome. I mean, yeah, it was great, honestly. So I'll say this. I am very much an adrenaline junkie when it comes to theme parks. So I love me a good roller coaster and,
Okay.
rides of those caliber, which of course Disney doesn't really offer. So I kind of, in terms of pure rides, I preferred Universal.
Right.
Because they have two coasters in Islands of Adventure that are super sick. One's called the Velocicoaster. It's based off of Jurassic Park, and you're like supposed to be running away from velociraptors and stuff. That's kind of the whole theming of it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Actual S tier roller coaster, like that's upper echelon of coasters I've rode in my life. And they have a Hulk coaster too in the Marvel area, which is kind of cool. So the idea of it is that you're getting like gamma infused and going on a rampage,
Oh, that's cool.
which is cool, and it kind of throws you all around in different loops and stuff. So that was a lot of fun. But the in terms of the experience, I don't know if you've seen any footage from the ride at Galaxy's Edge called Rise of the Resistance.
I've seen some, yeah.
Dude, it might be sequels, and we're sequel haters around here, except for Jacob, who hasn't seen the sequels yet. Join us. But that was insane. I'll have to send you guys a couple photos of it, but as part of the line, not even the ride itself, you are already immersed in the experience. It's like you're flying in a shuttle, and there's like an animatronic Mon Calamari piloting,
Oh, yeah.
which is super cool. And then you get captured and you get brought to this like first order base area.
That's cool.
And the doors open and there is just a battalion of stormtroopers standing there. One of the most intimidating things you'll ever see, but also
Super
so
fun.
cool.
Yeah.
And the ride itself is super cool as well. So like ride wise, that was probably my favorite, but ride experience wise, but I'd say Velocicoaster was my favorite, just pure ride. But yeah, the trip was awesome. One last thing about the Mario Kart ride too. It's cool, but we were in line. So the initial line time was about 2 hours, which is a lot, but it's the quintessential ride that you have to go on if you're going to go into Nintendo Land. So we were like, all right, screw it. We'll do it. About a quarter of the way through the line, the ride breaks down and we're like, well, crap. But then it came up after like 10 minutes. So, it was fine. So we keep going. There's maybe 10 people ahead of us at this point. Ride breaks down again.
Ooh,
we're like, crap, that sucks. We sat there for about an hour while the ride was down, after being in line for probably about 2 hours at that point.
Yeah, that's
so we were in line for a little over 3 hours to get on this ride. So unfortunately, that's what I remember more than the ride itself.
Man.
But we had to do it because it's the ride to go on.
Oh, yeah. Have you ever, because you've done Disney a few times now, right?
Yeah, I think this is my third time in World, and then I've been to the one in California once.
Nice. Have you ever been on one of the rides when they break down?
So yes and no, not for an extended period of time, but I was stuck actually this time on the Haunted Mansion for a couple minutes
Oh, wow. Yeah.
because that one tends to stop every
Yeah,
once in a while. But
Yeah, that one's old. It was like one of the OGs, right?
yeah, oh yeah, that's one of the old guard.
Yeah. We got stuck on the Frozen ride in Epcot,
Ooh, fun.
and we there's a it's not like a drop like Splash Mountain or Pirates or anything like that, but there's like a downhill bit. So we got stopped on the downhill bit. All of a sudden, the lights go off, different lights come on, and they say, stay in the thing. We have to drain all the water from the entire ride before we can come and get you guys. So we sit there for, it was probably a good 20 minutes waiting on these guys to come through. And little did we know that that was the second to last little scene on that ride. So we were almost through.
Brutal.
It was ridiculous. Jacob, have you been or no?
To Universal or
Either
one. Yes, I did go to Universal one time. I've never been to Land, but I've been to Disney World also. I've been to Disney World. That actually reminds me, there was a time where I rode the Speedy Gonzales boat ride, and that we got stuck on that one time. Well, I guess we didn't get stuck. My boat didn't, but the boat ahead of us was sinking. It was crazy.
Oh gosh.
I know that's crazy. That still scares me to this day. Like I can't imagine and it's like dark water. Like, I can't imagine what's under that water. It's probably so disgusting and gross. Like,
oh, I couldn't even imagine.
Cow.
Is that is that in open water or is that just in ride water?
It's in ride water.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's like they did, like, they said, please stay in your seats, and then they repeated it over in Spanish, and it's like, oh boy. So it was just a fun time. And then also there was also a coaster at Cedar Point that I got stuck. That, like, they had to stop. Somebody had their hands in the air with a camera, and they had to stop the ride on the hill upwards. Like, so, like, we were suspended up there, and they told the guy to put his phone away, and then they said, okay, keep going. And it's like I was already, like, I was kind of scared of coasters as a kid, so, like, I was already, like, nervous, right. And they decided to stop it, like right at the up point. I'm like, oh boy, this is not helping me out very much. But
as a Cedar Point connoisseur, because I love that place to death. What do you remember? What ride it was?
No, I do not remember. I don't remember. I remember it was, like, near the outside of the park, but I don't remember what it was. I was very young.
Okay. Man, if that was Millennium Force, that would have been brutal.
I don't think I don't think so. I think I would have remembered it was Millennium Force, but might have been. I don't know.
Speaking of roller coasters, not keep going on my Disney trip, but they added a Tron ride in Magic Kingdom.
Oh,
which already is sick. If you wouldn't mind, Jamie, pull up a picture of the seat of the Tron ride.
What's the Tron ride called?
Jamie.
Can probably just do Tron Disney World.
Tron ride Disney World. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. And just kind of like look at how they seat you.
That was loud.
Because it's insane.
I don't think that audio is coming through on the podcast, which is good.
No. But apparently it came through to you.
Oh, wait, I gotta go back a little bit. Oh, that's sick. It's light cycle.
Yes. What the heck?
So the way that they seat you on this ride, there is no, like, seat belt or lap bar or anything. You quite literally get down on your knees like you're getting on a Tron cycle. And the only thing holding you in place, there's a a back panel that comes down across your back,
Yeah.
and that is the only thing holding you in place, which is a little freaky at first.
Yeah. Looks like it's
like
holding you in there pretty good, though.
Oh yeah, it's got you in there good, but it kind of like doesn't feel like it at first because
Yeah.
it's just like the one. And then of course your face is the furthest thing towards the front. Like you're in a kneeling / laying down on your stomach.
Right.
So that feeling on like as a coaster on its own, if I feel like if I was sitting up, I would have been like, okay, yeah, that was cool. But
Yeah.
actually having
Well,
to
that looks
lean
like
forward, insane.
Yeah. Man, that looks pretty cool, actually.
It's sweet.
At first, I was like, "Oh, I'm not sure," because I'm not like a big roller coaster guy or a big ride guy at all. So I was kind of like, I probably wouldn't get on that. But now I'm looking at it, and it's like, I might get on that. It doesn't look like it's moving too crazily.
No, I mean it's fast, but it doesn't go upside down at all. Maybe there's one corkscrew in it. I can't remember, but
Right. It looks like there's a little bit of a rotation or something, but it's also dark on this video that we're watching. We're watching, thank you to Extreme Coasters Network for their 4K front seat POV of the light cycle ride here.
yeah, give that a watch if you're interested, because it's super sick.
It does look pretty sick. Is that the end of the ride right here?
Yeah, it's not a super long ride.
I was gonna say
None of the Disney rides are.
Yeah, they're not. That is
But-
true. That is true. Yeah, I was gonna say this whole video, aside from like some establishing shots and things like that, is like 2 minutes. That's crazy. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, so they just added that not too long ago. So
Was that what went in place of the Stitch ride?
maybe it's kind of behind Space Mountain, if that
Okay,
adds
maybe
any.
not.
It's over in Tomorrowland, on the right side of the park.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been forever since I've been in there, but yeah. Cool.
Yeah, so it was a fun trip overall. Probably my last Disney trip for a long time, probably. Because the way we were getting it is through my mom's work. Every few years, they'd offer that up as a reward for hitting a certain like sales and whatnot goal. And they'd send you. So that's how I've been going the past few years. But she's probably going to not do that for a whole lot longer.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Okay,
so
noted.
like, were you able to like? Oh, so do they like comp majority of the trip?
Yeah, they give you airfare and
Nice.
Wow,
Um,
Yeah, plane tickets are expensive, so that ain't that ain't nothing.
yeah. And then over, I don't know if it's through her company or not, but we had a credit card that accrued Disney dollars that we could use at any of the parks and whatnot.
Nice.
And so that's how we paid for most of our stuff.
sweet.
That is
awesome.
Yeah. Of course, I actually paid for all of my stuff out of my own pocket, so that hurt. Speaking of which, we are on a podcast, and I totally forgot to mention I also got a Nintendo Switch, which hit the same day that I left for my trip. So my bank account was not happy with me.
Oh
Ooh.
yeah, that's true. But
There's some days where you just have to... Go ahead.
It did arrive before you left for your trip, so that's perfect.
Yeah, so shout out Walmart, because that's where I got my pre-order from. We had to leave for our flight about 8:15, leave the house. That thing was at my doorstep at 6:30 a.m.
Dude.
Which
That's
it was
clutch.
I was fully prepared to get on that flight with my Switch 1 and, just be like, I'll deal with it until I get home.
Right.
And then I'm like rushing to set up my new Switch 2 as we're let me get it set up so I can at least play it on the plane.
Right. Yeah.
And so I was in the car hotspotting off of my phone downloading Mario Kart World.
Which probably
We
took
got it
forever.
done now. It took a while, yeah. I mean, we flew out of, not to dox ourselves, about 40 minutes away. There's a airport down south.
I know what you're talking about.
So it spent the majority of that car drive downloading Mario Kart World, which I already had about halfway downloaded at the house.
That's awesome.
So,
That's
yeah.
great.
Perfect.
Anyways, that'll wrap up my Disney Ramble / collection check-in.
Absolutely. That's awesome, man.
A lot of good stuff. A lot of fun times had.
Indeed. Well, speaking
hear
of
that.
roller coasters, wrestling has been wild over the last 3 weeks.
Indeed.
Wrestling, yes. Wrestling has been pretty insane. This probably will be, it's kind of older news for some people, I'm sure, but like it'll be the first time we're talking about this kind of stuff on the podcast. So the good old or bad old releases / contract expirations. So there's one here that I'm going to talk about last. I'm going to change the order a little bit. I'm going to talk about it last because of circumstances. But I do want to start with Carlito, and I want to say that I'm surprised because of how involved, or I guess he maybe wasn't super involved, but the fact that he was involved in a very important like Judgment Day, like I'm surprised they cut him during that reign. Or I guess maybe his contract just ended and they didn't renew it, but I think they should have renewed it.
Yeah, it was a contract expiration. Yeah, it kind of surprises me that there was no send off there if you knew that his contract was expiring and there was no. I mean, I don't think there's been any mention of him in Judgment Day segments since the release, right?
Yeah, not specifically, but I want to say it was Dom had on his "That's Not Cool" shirt in one of the backstage segments,
Right.
and Liv still has his name on her boots.
Yeah. So
But the PS5's gone.
yeah, the PS5 is gone. Yeah, it's unfortunate because I think he was bringing a lot of levity to the Judgment Day segments over the past little bit, and plus I feel like he was a good addition to the Judgment Day, just because like Finn and JD are kind of, I don't want to call them the same, but you know they wrestle a very similar style. And so having Carlito in there as kind of a big guy, kind of filling the Damian Priest role, if you will, of the big guy, was a good balance to have for the group. And I'm a little disappointed that he's gone, but I was just looking, and he is officially a free agent as of today. So he's taking bookings and stuff.
Okay.
I just have one thing to say about that. That's not cool.
That's not cool.
It's cool that he's probably going to be working the indies.
Oh, yeah. I think he already has a championship, actually.
Oh, yeah, he does.
Which is great.
Yeah, that's awesome. Good for him.
Good for him.
Also, we have Sarah Logan, and if I'm remembering this correctly, wasn't she like also let go and then came back a couple years ago?
Yeah, so she was. I'm trying to remember the actual timeline here. I forget when she was originally let go. I could probably look it up when Isaac gives his thoughts on the whole thing. She was let go, and then when the Viking. What are they now? They're War Raiders again, right?
War Raiders, yeah.
I think yeah.
Sorry, I've been saying Viking Raiders for years. When the War Raiders kind of came back as the War Raiders and Triple H had the book and all of this, she kind of came back as a heater because she's married to one of them. So it was a fun character, Valhalla, but definitely interesting. Definitely interesting.
Yeah, this one was kind of a weird situation too, because she was out because she was pregnant, I believe.
Right. Yeah. That was
And
the
that's
other
why we
thing.
haven't seen her since last spring. And we never saw her since, and all of a sudden they were like, "Oh yeah, her contract's expiring." And so I was like, "Oh, that's a little weird," but yeah, just the fact that she was out on maternity leave and they were like, "Yeah, you're not coming back," was kind
Yeah.
of like, "Oh, that's a little." I understand it's a contract expiring, so they weren't just going to re-sign her to then cut her when she came back, but
Right. And that's one.
it's weird.
Yeah. That's something I feel like we need to, or like I feel like I want to make sure that we hammer home is that these were all contract expiration. It wasn't this wasn't in the middle of the contract release, and we've talked about this before, where you should see your talent's contract through. You shouldn't release them in the mid contract, whether you're going to use them or not, and without them wanting that, So this is what we advocated for a couple weeks ago when we were talking about releases, and I guess we're seeing it. So it's interesting. But yeah, Sarah Logan was originally released as part of the pandemic cuts, April 15th, 2020. So yeah. Didn't make a comeback until 2022 as part of the Royal Rumble, actually. And then started teaming with the War Raiders in 2024, sorry. Early 2024. Thank you,
Really?
Wikipedia. Yeah.
Interesting, because she was still under I remember specifically from the R-Truth spot in the 2024 Rumble.
Oh, I'm insane. Nope, 2023 draft. With,
yeah, I was going to say,
War
she came,
Raiders.
I know
Yeah.
she was Valhalla prior to the 2024 Rumble.
Yep, I'm wrong. Sorry about that.
It'd be like that.
It do be like that.
It do. And
Cool. Oh yeah.
And also, due to this was as soon as about a week ago, this was going to be one of the hottest talking points was the R-Truth release, but there's been some new developments on that. He kind of may have showed up. He's maybe back, so thank goodness for that. Because that did not sit well with me.
No.
The entire the week of that being real did not sit well with me. I'll say that.
Yeah, it didn't sit well with anybody, I don't think. And according to reports, and I don't remember sources off the top of my head, and I can probably look them up if I really want to, but it was one of those things where the outcry of both the fans and the backstage reaction was kind of what made them be like, you know what, maybe we should give this guy another look and at least let him have one more small run in the WWE, which I think we're seeing now. So,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, or I guess we are seeing now.
We want truth.
Indeed.
We do. I think the fact that also they wanted to release him during this Cena final year heel turn thing is crazy. Like they could have they have so much potential with this, and it seemed like now they're doing the potential because something we heard that's coming up next week.
Right.
Oh yeah, but
Indeed.
like the fact that we have Cena doing this amazing this heel turn, which okay maybe not amazing, but we had this heel turn thing going on, and they were like, you know what, R-Truth, see you later. Like really? Come on.
I mean, they had a match, and I think it was R-Truth's last match before the contract expired, wasn't it?
It was not.
Was it not?
He had one on SmackDown against, don't remember who it was.
Okay.
But it was just a random match. and then he was just like, "Oh yeah, by the way, R-Truth's contract was not going to be renewed." So
Right. That's
it's kind of an odd place.
Yeah, it's a program that you can do so much with. You can have Truth be the voice of the John Cena fans watching him turn heel. You know, it's something that I think that we're finally getting to. And like you say, there's a match coming up this Friday with the two of them, and I'd be interested to see if there's another one in the near future. But I don't know. We'll see.
We shall see.
We shall see. Yeah.
Well, those are those were the ones since for releases and whatnot. So not that many, thankfully.
Yeah.
Also, see you have a note on here, Garrett, if you want to.
Yeah, I kind of talked about it earlier. I put it on our outline. We'd talked about releases in the past, and in that WWE should see the contracts through if both parties are happy with a contract. You can't just drop people mid-contract. It's kind of shady. So,
Oh yeah,
good for them with these being contract expirations versus releases. Although it was odd because I feel like a lot of the wrestling community / news cycle / whatever else you want to call it reacted to it like a release.
Yeah.
So like in I understand part of that, like letting R-Truth go as part of a contract expiration was definitely a choice. I will say that. But everybody was like, "Oh, they fired Truth." They didn't fire Truth. He came to the end of his deal, and they didn't want to re-sign him.
Mm.
So, not defending the giant corporation, but also
understanding.
I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge comments that we've made on past podcasts saying that this is what they should do. So, there you go.
There you go.
There you go. But some other wrestling has happened this week, though, or over the past 3 weeks. Boy, it's been a long time, hasn't it?
It has been a long time. So long that we had a whole PLE. Kind of a major one. So Money in the Bank happened. And that was something. I'll tell you what, that was something.
So did you end up getting to watch that, or what was your?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So it was an odd experience, kind of. So I'm walking through Disney.
Oh gosh.
It's like 7. We'll call it 7:30. By the time I'm back on the, getting ready to leave the park and whatnot. And the Peacock app lets you rewind 2 hours.
Yeah. Okay.
To watch it. And so I was like, okay, well, as long as I can make it back to the hotel room within a couple hours, I can, go back and rewatch it. And that's exactly what I did.
Nice.
My family went down to the resort pool. I sat in the hotel room and watched Money in the Bank on my phone.
To be fair, what resort were you guys at? If you don't mind me asking on the podcast.
Coronado Springs.
Oh, okay.
Which is a pretty nice resort. I can't lie.
Indeed.
Radiator Springs.
Radiator Springs. A little bit better than that.
Just a tad. But
Just a tad bit better.
Anyway.
So, with it being Money in the Bank, we had a couple Money in the Bank winners. Which I think I called both of them, by the way, in our last episode. So I'm gonna pat myself on the back there a little bit.
Little bit of a victory lap.
Little bit of a victory lap. So Naomi won the women's. Although Alexa was right there, she was very close, and I knew Naomi was gonna win, but like my heart was like, climb the ladder, and she didn't. And didn't win, but Naomi won, and rightfully so. I think she was the most deserving, and her story right now is the most. It makes the most sense to have her have the briefcase. In all honesty, though, I was fine with 5 women in that match winning the briefcase as long as Rhea Ripley didn't. I mean, not to take words from Santi Zap, but she is a walking Money in the Bank briefcase. She can get a title match whenever she wants. She did not need it.
Right. Absolutely. I didn't like that match as much as I saw some other people saying that they liked that match.
I liked it. I didn't love it. I thought last year's was so much better.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. And I thought that the men's on this card was better than the women's. And part of that is due to angles, but yeah.
Right. Yeah. I was just happy that, not to bring her up again, but that Alexa had some good spots. When she hit the DDT and Rhea hit the Riptide, and then they just kind of looked at each other from across the ring, and I was like, okay, sweet. Yeah. And then the other cool moment was when her and Roxanne both did Roxanne did her finishing move and listed I don't know if it was a code red or a sunset flip.
Right.
Power bomb, but one of the two on the ladders. That was cool because just some Roxanne lore is that she actually used that move because Alexa used to do it.
Yep.
And so them having that moment was pretty cool to me. But other than that, the match was very just like fine.
It was all right, yeah.
Although the what's that move called? Vaquer's move, the face slamming one she did on the ladder. Yeah, I was like, all right, sweet.
Yeah.
Gotta fit that in somewhere.
Yeah, although, and this is to be, how do I phrase this? They gotta watch out trivializing Stephanie Vaquer. You know what I mean? Like, they've kind of given her this thing now, right, which is the slam move that I'm not remembering the name of off the top of my head.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember it.
Is it Devil's Kiss?
It is Devil's Kiss. That's what it is.
That's it.
That's a really good name for the move.
That is an appropriate name for that move. Anyway, but you run the risk. She is an excellent wrestler. You know what I mean?
Right.
And you run the risk of like having to pigeonhole this spot in. I just whacked the microphone. Apologies, headphone users. You run the risk of having to build, unless you build a match around it, you run the risk of having to pigeonhole it in and making it like this forced thing. So
right.
We got to be careful there, in my opinion, but everybody's got an opinion. I was going to say the thing about opinions, but I decided I didn't want to censor it.
Fair enough. It's saving your future self in editing.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so the women's match was okay. The men's match was a lot better, and Seth Rollins did end up winning the case.
Yeah. That was
Seth
pretty
freaking
nice.
Rollins.
Seth freaking Rollins.
His reign of terror was now beginning, I think.
Yeah, I would say so. There's another reign of terror that we don't have on the thing that could also be starting up again. But we'll talk about that, I guess, in a second. I do have some actual notes on the men's ladder match, though, because I really enjoyed it.
Please, fire away.
The best spot in the match. You guys know, if you watched it, you know what I'm talking about. El Grande Americano is outside of the ring selling. They pan in, who's at the top? Penta's climbing up. They cut to El Grande Americano putting the metal plate into the mask. He then takes a ladder, sets it up onto the outside of the ring post, climbs that ladder into the ring, or not into the ring, sorry. He climbs the ladder to the top rope. There's a ladder perched on that corner. He gets on it and rides it onto the fireball ladder that was set up there that Penta's on top of, reaching for the briefcase. He ends up on the fireball ladder, climbing up, headbutt, and then out of nowhere, LA Knight shows up and gives him was it what kind of slam was that? It was a slam off of the ladder. Super cool spot. And then Seth's boys come out. That was cool. I liked that.
That was cool, yeah.
That is cool.
I was sitting there and I was watching it on my phone in the living room. And I'm watching Bronson Reed and Braun Breaker just clear house. And I'm like, oh no. I was literally asking, oh, so this is how they're going to end this match. Because there's no possible way, or there's nothing that they can do here to make me think that this isn't the finish. And then Jacob Fatu's music hit. And I was like, we're going to see Braun Breaker versus Jacob Fatu at some point. That's got to be a thing, right? But
So.
yeah. Big takeaways from the match. Seth is the briefcase winner. Good stuff. Braun Breaker looks excellent when he's just killing dudes. Jacob Fatu, same thing.
The spear that Breaker hit on Grande Americano outside the ring too.
Oh my gosh, that was wild. I didn't even write that down. He died. He killed him.
He killed him.
He killed him. He's dead.
I think that's where he stayed until the end of the match too. I think he just straight up died on the entrance ramp.
Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, excellent stuff. The Jacob Fatu turn on Solo. Interesting time to do this. If you watch the SmackDown before, it makes perfect sense. But yeah, good stuff all around. Oh, I'm back on the LA Knight train. I don't know what it was. Yeah. I don't know what it was about him in this match. I don't know if it was just because he was over with the crowd, with it being LA, or if it was something else. But he's back in probably my top 10 current wrestlers right now.
Dang.
So there you go.
Wow. Okay. I like that.
Favorite wrestling characters.
Is it fair to say though that they're not going to pull the trigger on him winning a title anytime soon? Like any major title?
I would completely
I've seen a lot of people say that.
Yeah, I would completely agree. I would move him over. First of all, there's rumors that there's going to be a draft after SummerSlam, I think. I would move him over to Raw and have him go a program against Dom.
Oh.
I think it would be good. I mean, I don't know what you're going to do with him in the meantime.
Right now he's feuding with Rollins in that group.
Oh, I should have known that. Dom or LA Knight?
LA Knight.
Oh, cool. All right. Well, do a match with him and Rollins at SummerSlam for the briefcase. If you can hold off on doing the cash in till then, which I think they should.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'd say
Fantasy booking. Fantasy booking. But of course, at the main event of the whole show was John Cena and Logan Paul against Jey Uso and Cody Rhodes.
Indeed.
This was
Ooh,
probably, I'm going to say it, and I'm curious what you guys think. This was probably John's best match back thus far.
He doesn't have a whole lot of competition, to be fair.
No,
Right.
I mean,
And it's
So
still
far,
like a
yes.
3-star match.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
like we're getting there.
I think we're getting there. The truth match at Saturday night's main event had a lot of potential and had some good spots, to the point that I think I probably would give it a generous 3. Like 3 out of 5.
Yeah.
But
It did what it needed to.
yeah, this was like a solid good 3.5. So a lot of it I think was carried by not him though, which is why
That's what I was thinking too.
angle. I feel like Logan Paul did a lot of heavy lifting here, even though I feel like there's a phrase that I can't remember off the top of my head that I wanted to use for this, and it's completely gone and it's escaping me, but brain is fried and whatever. But yeah, I feel like a lot of the glossiness, I don't know what phrase I'm looking for. The shininess on Logan Paul is wearing off, is what I'm saying. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Although I'm glad you were the first to say that Logan did a lot of the heavy lifting, because I also had the same thought, but I wasn't going to come out and just be like, hey, this guy that everyone hates, yeah, he made Cody and Jay and John's match good.
I'm not saying that he made the match good. I'm saying that what he did in the match helped tremendously, especially on his side of the thing. Now, I feel like it was a him and Cody match. I felt like they were the two heavy hitters, ring generals, if you will, in this match, and they drug a solid match across the line. But the R-Truth angle definitely helped with the quality of that match.
My mouth was like hanging open, jaw hitting the floor when that happened. So who expects that?
I wasn't, honestly. I have always... WWE has a very large tendency, and maybe they're breaking that now since other people have taken over the company, of just standing their ground even when stuff is bad. So, like, I thought, okay, well, it sucks that we're not going to see the R-Truth character in the WWE anymore, but you could take Ron Killings or R-Truth and you could use that character elsewhere and it would be great. I saw somebody pitching, he should just make a couple appearances in AEW with Edge and Christian and act like they're still in the WWE.
I saw that too, and I was like, "That's fantastic."
Like, it's a good pitch. It's a really good pitch, and I think we might have could have should have done
Christian, I haven't seen you guys in forever. Where have you been?
Like,
show up to work.
It would be good. It would be good. But I mean, obviously, he's with the WWE now, so yeah.
This is the best timeline.
Yeah.
So I believe it was on Money in the Bank where they announced that Mania is coming back to Vegas officially.
Yeah, let's talk about that real quick.
Yeah, I know we mentioned it a little bit in the last episode too, but it wasn't, confirmed that they were going back to Vegas. But, I'm not thrilled about it, but that's neither here nor there.
I mean, the way that I always see it is that I can't afford to go anyway, so...
Right. So ultimately it doesn't really matter.
So it doesn't necessarily matter where it's from. And the Vegas, the stage was really cool. The stadium looked really nice. I've been to Vegas somewhat recently, and I would say that if WrestleMania, well, I guess WrestleMania is going back there. I would be lying if I say that I didn't look to see how much the tickets were. Because I think
you gotta check.
Because everything is just so close together there. It's not like I'm trying to think here. It's not like you hear a lot of horror stories about, ironically, MetLife Stadium, with WrestleMania 35 in specific. I'd be interested to see if we see that with SummerSlam this year. But you see... I was looking at something else. You hear a lot of horror stories about the travel between hotels and the stadium. Whereas, like, with Vegas, it's like, okay, it's just a 10-minute walk that way. And, yeah.
Yeah, the closeness of it is very nice.
Right. And even, like, I think Detroit, I don't know if you guys have any other experience with that, but, like, if you're, even with most of the hotels, if you're spending what I would call a reasonable rate on a hotel in the Detroit area, and you're trying to go and see something at Ford Field or one of the ones that are kind of down there in that little area, I mean, we were in the car for 15 minutes with an Uber, and it was, we almost got in the wrong Uber, you know? It was confusing, it wasn't laid out well, all of this. But that's another story.
Indeed.
Big town. No question.
So I guess what I'm saying is that if I were to go to a WrestleMania, I would want it to be where I could walk to the stadium from the hotel. There you go.
You could do like the Amtrak or the People Mover too, if it was in Detroit.
There's a People Mover in Detroit?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
How about that?
That'd have been nice. I think we cheaped out on the hotels, if I'm being completely honest, the last time we went to an event at Ford Field. So maybe we were just out there a little bit, but yeah. Gotcha. Anyway.
Any whomstove.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're back in Vegas. New Orleans still got screwed, but, you know.
Nolans.
Indeed. Do you think we're going to have a similar situation to for 43 as we do with 42, where they announce it and then they decide, you know what, somebody else is handing us an exponential amount of money? Or do you think they are trying to get a better process down for this?
At this point, I wouldn't even bat an eye, to be honest with you.
I'm sure their ears are open.
Yeah. Prior to this happening, I would have been like, they'll switch it up, you know, whatever. But they wouldn't, you know. And yeah.
The other thing I'd be interested to see, and this is in part of this, I'm probably not, part of my thoughts on this, I'm not going to say because I don't know if I can say certain things on YouTube, just regarding a potential legal situation. Not the Vince stuff. That was a long preface. To the point that I forgot what I was going to say. So guess it might... Oh, the WrestleCon is something that happens around WrestleMania. And so they had already announced the dates for New Orleans. And so WrestleCon entered in a contract with a venue for WrestleCon that they now cannot get. I don't think they can get out of. I have not seen any updates on that, but yeah, it kind of puts some of the things that go on around WrestleMania in a really kind of bad situation sometimes. So yeah.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting one come, April next year?
Yeah. Yep. Indeed. Indeed. But you know what else they announced? They announced that King and Queen of the Ring is coming back. And it's going to be crowned at Night of Champions on the 28th of June. It is.
Yeah, so we've already had a few of the qualifiers, or actually all but 2 of the qualifiers as of the time of recording.
Yes.
When this episode actually airs, we'll have a winner from Raw for both the men and women. But as of right now, we've had our qualifiers. And
we can't talk about the rest of the qualifiers yet because something else happened this week on Raw that we did not write down in our outline. Jey Uso lost the World Heavyweight title to Gunther.
Oh, he did. That's right. Yeah. Which I don't know.
You don't know about what? See, because now I want you guys' thoughts on this because I've got some thoughts and I'm
What was the point?
I'm disappointed.
Of what? Of Jay's run?
Yeah. If you're just gonna drop it right back to Gunther without any kind of like, I don't know. I
see what
not
you're saying.
I'm the biggest Jey Uso fan, but like you have this whole build up for him to win at Mania, and then 50 days later you're like, all right, so this guy that he took it off of, and it was this big feat, just took it back.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I definitely do see what you're saying. Jacob, what do you think?
Well, I was hoping it would go on longer. Like you said, I was hoping the reign would go on longer. It was way too soon to make that, to take it off him, and to Gunther no less. It seems like you said, like the past 50 days. What were they kind of for? I guess that's what I kind of think.
Yeah, it kind of just felt like, he's so over. We got to pull the trigger on him now.
Right.
Let's do something with it. And you know what? I'm not mad that he lost the title. Honestly, I wasn't expecting this reign to last very long.
Right.
It's specifically that it went back to Gunther without any kind of build to it other than the fact that it's Gunther.
Right. I think I'm still not honestly altogether sure how I feel about it. I'd be interested to see if a particular rumor pans out. And this whole thing was so that we can have the World Heavyweight title on a Gunther Goldberg match. Which could potentially, it's got the potential to be a really good match if they do it right, which I'm concerned about. But it's not announced, so I'm not going to speculate on match quality. I'm interested to see where Jay goes from here. And I'm really hoping that it's not in one particular direction. But I kind of have an odd feeling that it could be leaning that way.
As in teaming with Jimmy again?
No, as in a SummerSlam match.
Oh,
with Gunther.
Yeah.
But if the Gunther thing, or if the Gunther Goldberg thing doesn't pan out, are they going to run that match back at SummerSlam? Are we going to do this whole thing over again, which we shouldn't do?
Right. I think it all depends on, to get back to what we were talking about, the king and queen of or I guess in this case, king of the ring, who wins that. Because for those who aren't aware, the winner of the king/queen of the ring tournament gets a title shot for their respective brand.
Indeed.
To which Jey Uso is a part of this tournament. He was announced as the mystery member of this Fatal 4-Way coming up on Raw.
Yeah, which it should have been Mr. Iguana, but I'm not going to go there.
Hey, there you go. That would have been fantastic.
I do want to talk about that when we're done with King and Queen of the Ring, but I've already derailed our conversation enough.
Yeah. So We'll get there because that's a fun topic.
Yeah.
But yeah, chances are Jay is winning that match, and we're getting Cody and Jay in the semis. To which one of them is winning the King and Queen of the Ring or King of the Ring tournament.
Yeah, I would agree, because on the other side of that bracket is Sami Zayn and Randy Orton on this coming week's SmackDown.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So,
which we're not going to talk about why we're excited about that SmackDown until the next episode. But
are you sure?
Are we telling people we're going?
I mean,
I just did.
I kind of figured we were going to. Since we're talking about this whole thing and the episode entirely revolves around the semis, I feel like might as well.
All right, yeah, we're gonna
so
be
cat's out of the bag.
Yeah,
yeah, we're going to SmackDown on Friday. So as you're listening to this episode, we're probably there.
Oh yeah, that's true. We don't release until Friday. I forgot about that bit. Gosh, that's this week.
That's this week. That's 5 days away, my
dude.
boy.
We're gonna have to we're gonna have to plan some logistics, but we'll do that not during a podcast. But so Sami Zayn, Randy Orton has the potential to be a really good match. Who do you think wins that, and why is it Sami Zayn?
It's gonna be Sami Zayn because Night of Champions is in Saudi.
Yep.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which means there's a.
Does he?
He
win?
might. I genuinely think he might.
So, but then does that put him against Cena, or does that put him against Gunther, or does he get
that puts him against Gunther because he's on Raw.
So then, are we running back the Mania 40 with the IC?
Yeah. Yep. Unless Seth cashes in.
So then Sammy takes the belt, maybe?
Maybe. Oh, you know what? Seth's gonna cash in prior to SummerSlam because they've been talking about that whole Sammy needs to get there by his own merit. Yeah. So Seth's cash. It's gonna be Sammy and Seth at SummerSlam. Should Sammy win? Because I had Cody winning for a while, but I don't know if they're gonna pull the trigger on doing Cody Cena 2 and having him win it back yet.
I almost would. This John Cena run has been not good.
Rough.
And I think that losing the title could be the thing that brings him back to babyface and just saying, I want to prove to you that your chants are wrong and that I can wrestle. So I'm going to wrestle Aleister Black. I'm going to wrestle, I don't know, Seth Rollins. I'm going to wrestle all of these guys. And I'm going to wrestle Penta. I'm going to put over Braun Breaker. I'm going to do XYZ. But I don't know. I don't know where the story's going. Which is simultaneously good and not, because again, this run has not been very good.
Yeah.
But I still want to see him on his way. I mean, we bought tickets for SmackDown based on John Cena being there. So
yeah.
And I'm still excited.
As it turns out, that's
I'm still
the part
excited.
that I'm almost least looking forward to.
Really? It's an R-Truth match. It could be good.
I'm excited to see it, but there's a couple other things that I'm a little more excited about.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we're in for a treat here.
Oh yeah. So since we're talking about King and Queen of the Ring, our semis look like Randy Orton versus Sami Zayn and Cody Rhodes versus, we'll find out, most likely Jey Uso. It'll be the winner of the Bronson Reed, Rusev, Sheamus, Jey Uso triple threat on tomorrow night's Raw at the time of recording. So we don't know at time of recording, but we will know by the time this podcast comes out. So sorry, but yeah, I think it's safe to say that that's Jey Uso. Yeah, you're gonna get this mid-card feud between Rusev and Sheamus. Yep, they're going to cancel each other out. LA Knight's going to cost Bronson Reed. Jey Uso wins.
That's
Yep,
fire.
that sounds like
Ooze.
that's what's going to happen.
That'll happen.
That's fire.
That's what's
Ooze.
going to happen.
That's fire ooze.
So,
Oh yeah.
Which means, in that case, not
So-
to get us too excited.
so
we're
wait
gonna
a
be
second.
eating
Wait a
with
second,
you,
though.
so
Oh, that's cool.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't even think about that.
I will be
That's-
eating.
that-
I will be
that-
eating a ton.
Indeed. I thought you said eating there for a second. I was like, you.
Also,
what?
yes. Also true.
Well, probably.
No.
Also accurate.
So let's go around. Who do we think wins the tournament outright? We'll
Sammy.
do Isaac, Jacob, then me.
Well, Sammy.
That's who I was gonna pick. I was thinking Sammy. To be honest.
I think it's going to be Cody. I think this is how we get the John Cena match.
Yeah, it's one of the two.
That'd be
And
cool. Also,
This will either put the whole thing behind us or it'll just ramp it up.
Travis Scott shows up at SummerSlam.
oh, he might win too.
What do you want to bet he
Oh,
actually
sure.
shows up at Night of Champions?
I really hope not.
I hope not too, because
But maybe.
that's another thing that happened on SmackDown. John Cena, CM Punk in Saudi Arabia.
Yep.
Oh, how about that?
They're going to make
Interesting
me
choice,
They're,
but-
they're going to make me watch one of these Saudi Arabia shows. Is the problem?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what all we get to on that, but yeah, that's where we're at.
That's where we're at.
It's probably going to be. It has the potential to be one of John's best matches in this run.
Once again, low bar.
Yes,
Bar is low.
bar is
Bar
low.
is
Sorry,
limbo
John.
low. Limbo low for real.
For real, for real. Why did I
That's
say
fire.
I don't know, but
that?
we're here, so it's
That's
what it
fire.
is. Ooze.
All right, Queen of the Ring.
So Queen of the Ring, yeah. So the first Raw match was Rhea Ripley, Kairi Sane, Liv Morgan, and Roxanne Perez. I was fine with whoever won that as long as it wasn't Rhea Ripley.
And it wasn't.
And it wasn't, so I'm good. I initially, I know that was that Monday, it was last Monday, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, it was. I told you guys that I had Liv winning the whole thing, so that collapses that. But, you know. Yeah, so the winner of that was, of course, Roxanne Perez, who will face the winner of the first SmackDown Fatal 4-Way, Jade Cargill.
Indeed.
Indeed, who... Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. And then on the other side of the bracket, we've got Alexa Bliss, who won hers against Charlotte, Alba Fire, and Candice LeRae. Actually, it was a very entertaining match, and the finish was fantastic, in my opinion. I don't know if you guys saw it.
No.
So
I don't think I did. No.
I did
So-
not, no.
Charlotte puts, I believe it was Alba, in her submission. I can't remember what that's called. for the
I
life
know
of
which
me,
one you're
but-
talking about, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
Charlotte
the
Flair's
figure eight.
signature.
Figure eight.
Yeah, the figure eight. I was thinking figure 4, but I knew it wasn't a 4, so yeah.
It's the 4, and then she does the bridge thing, and then that's when it's the 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she puts Alba in the figure 8, nobody else in the ring. You think Alba's going to tap. All of a sudden, Alexa pops up, catches Candice, who's running in to stop it, in the Abigail DDT. Hits her, pins her 1, 2, 3. Alba Fire taps out a second later. So Alexa stole the win from Charlotte, which I love that angle, because also during Charlotte's, I know I'm biased, but during Charlotte's entrance, Alexa came out and interrupted her.
Right.
And so the whole storyline is, yeah.
Yeah.
And so Alexa Bliss, will face the winner of, I believe it is, who's in that match? Asuka, Stephanie Vaquer, Ivy Nile, and Raquel Rodriguez. Which, side note on that match, what a weird way to reintroduce Asuka after being out for over a year.
Especially because I think she's gonna lose that match. Not take the pin, but lose that match.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. And selfishly, I'm very happy about that because, as we said earlier, we're going to this show, which means we get to see Alexa Bliss versus whoever wins, and most likely it's going to be Stephanie.
Please be Vaquer.
Yeah,
And so selfishly, I'm like,
I think it's going to be Stephanie Vaquer taking the 4-way on Friday or on Monday. I'm not sure how I feel about it, and I almost wonder if she goes all the way to go. She's on Raw, so Stephanie Vaquer versus Io Sky.
I'm game.
I'm sold.
The first one we got, which was the
alternative being, real quick, the alternative being Roxanne Perez versus Io Sky, which could also be a really good match.
Also solid.
Alexa Bliss versus Tiffany Stratton, which could also be a solid match. Or Jade against Tiffany, which probably won't happen because Naomi will interfere somehow.
Yep. So who do you guys have winning?
I'm going Stephanie. Go ahead.
Okay.
Call me crazy. I think I'm gonna go with Jade Cargill.
Oh,
I'm with you. I am with you.
I'm fine with that. And you know, I'm looking at the final 4 and I'm like, honestly, whoever wins, that could be a really good either story or match. So I mean,
yeah,
I've got no problem
with any of them. I think the
honestly,
least
same
likely
with
to
men's
win
too.
Yeah, the men's. I could see any of them.
Yeah, any of the 4 that are in the semifinal, I think, is ready for the main event, if not already there.
Yep. Sadly, I think of the women, I think Alexa's the least likely, and I'm saying sadly because I'm extremely biased. Because I think Charlotte's going to cost her in this match.
Oh, I
And
hope not.
that's how Vaquer gets through, or Vaquer, Asuka, or Ivy Nile, Raquel Rodriguez, but it won't be them.
Yeah. Ivy Nile's taking the pin in that match on Monday. That's what's happening.
Ooh, that's a good prediction.
Raquel is your tag champ, and Asuka is just now showing back up. Like,
Yeah.
this is her first match back. She hasn't even shown up on television since a while. So
Backlash 24.
Moses, really?
Holy, that's a long time ago. Oh my god.
They lost the tag champs.
Wow.
Never seen again.
Okay. Yeah, that's insane.
Which is why putting a small little graphic with their face on it on a tournament bracket was whack.
Yeah, that's wild. That's wild.
Especially because they aired a vignette later.
Oh, did they?
They did, which was so strange. You could have done mystery opponent.
Right.
For
Which
that,
is what
and then
which is what they originally
Empress of
did for
Tomorrow
Jey
plays.
Uso. Yeah.
Right.
I think that's
So
the only
everybody
reason
was
that
like,
they
oh, it's going to be returning Ilya Dragunov or returning someone else. And
going to be debuting
just
Mr.
Jey Uso.
Iguana or something like that. I was seeing all sorts of speculation, and yeah, and especially because of the direction that some of that speculation was going, I'm glad they left I'm glad they put the Jey Uso thing in there. But, you know.
they just, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, they should have mystery opponent to Asuka because that would have been a huge pop.
Ooh, yeah.
And it's still probably going to be a big pop, but imagine you don't know who it is. All of a sudden, Empress of Tomorrow starts playing, and you're like, yo.
Yeah. That'd be awesome. Anyway.
Anywho, stuff. So that's King and Queen of the Ring.
That is King and Queen of the
By the time the next episode airs, I believe, or the next time we record, I believe Night of Champions will have already happened. So we will find out who won at that point.
Yeah, we'll probably talk about it. And any other crazy stuff that happens, including Mariah May, aka Blake Monroe, now is in NXT. Good stuff. It's kind of all I have to say about that. There is for anybody that wants to get familiar, and I need to sit down and watch this, but I've had a very hectic week and have not been able to do it. And I meant to watch it before this podcast. I've got to find it. It's in my watch later on YouTube. If I can find it. Most of my YouTube is wrestling. I'm sharing my screen for the guys. Obviously, you're not going to be able to see that at home.
Classic video on an audio podcast.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
Classic.
It's great. It's wonderful. Where is it? Where is this video?
Could Control G Mariah May.
You know? That would just be smart. Drop Mick Wrestling on YouTube put out a 2.5 hour compilation of the Timeless Tony Storm versus Mariah May story. The whole thing. I've seen part of it, haven't seen all of it. Again, trying to watch it this week. Go watch it, because the parts that I've seen of this feud are absolutely amazing, and this was Mariah May's entire story in AEW, and it looks like they're continuing her character from AEW in NXT just as Blake Monroe. So that's all I've got to say.
The glamour.
Indeed. Anybody have anything to say about Mariah May before I talk about Worlds Collide real quick?
Jacob, do you want to go first?
I actually don't. I don't have anything good to input on this, to be honest. Cool. That's what I'll say.
Cool. Another blonde white woman. Love it. Just my style. So I understand that she's probably there to understand get familiar with the culture of the WWE and whatnot. But when you have someone come over from AEW who had one of the best stories of women's wrestling, just putting them on NXT instead of the main roster, kind of weird. I was fully expecting her to go straight to main roster. But again, I understand it's probably, getting comfortable with it and
I think there's that, and then at the end of the day, NXT is still a television program on CW. So
right.
In the past 2 months, Stephanie Vaquer, Julia, Roxanne Perez, Cora Jade, Jordan Grace. Who else? I'm going to stop my list there. Have all vacated NXT. You're going to need
Jordan's
somebody
still
to...
there, but
oh, is she?
I understand your point, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought she got called up to SmackDown.
I thought she did too, but she is still advertised for NXT, so...
Okay, cool.
Probably post-Evolution, I'd say.
Yeah, that's true.
If I had to take a guess.
Yeah. You need somebody to fill that drawing power star role. And I think Mariah May could take that, or Blake Monroe can take that.
100%.
Indeed. Last point, we are running really long on the wrestling segment, so all I'm going to say, if you have not seen it, go and watch the opening trios match from Worlds Collide. It is not like... It's WWE-ified lucha, but it's still a fun time. There is a spot in the match in which it's Mr. Iguana and Lince Dorado. Mr. Iguana acts like a lizard. That's his gimmick. And he's got a little puppet. So the puppet gets involved in the match. Lindsay Dorado takes the puppet, starts beating up the puppet, gives it a standing elbow, and for the full comedy, and again, please go and watch this, for full comedy effect, gives the puppet a standing Spanish fly. That's all I'm going to say. Phenomenal.
That clip is incredible.
It's
Wow.
amazing because it's just like, I don't know. It's perfect. If you're going to do comedy in any medium, go all the way with it. And a standing Spanish fly on a lizard puppet is exactly what is going all the way with it. And that concludes the wrestling segment. All right. And yeah, so not only has it been a crazy week in the world of wrestling, but it has also been a rather large week for Hasbro specifically. They have had a lot of reveals over the past couple of weeks, and we have not had a chance to talk about them on the podcast. And so I wanted to bring some things to the group. So where do we want to start? Marvel Legends, Star Wars, or G.I. Joe?
Let's start Marvel.
I agree.
Right. Cool. That is definitely the one that I already have put up. So it is subliminal messaging through screen sharing. So they started off. That's funny. They started off with the Fantastic Four First Steps wave to go with the new movie. So that, of course, includes The Invisible Woman, which we're looking at pictures of now. All new sculpt because of the new costumes, things like that. With Vanessa Kirby's likeness, comes with a little added force field effect. I like the little bullet hole divot things in the force field. And that's all that comes with, is just that force field thing. But it looks pretty cool. Oh, it does come with some fists as well. Thoughts on Invisible Woman?
You know, depending on how much I like this movie, I might just pick up this wave of Legends. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that the movie's good. I probably won't pick up these unless... Oh, I could head swap. Oh, anyway, that's for later. And then we got Johnny Storm. There are two versions of Johnny Storm, and I don't know what order they're in. We're looking at the Toy Arc May 2025 recap here. So I don't know what order their pictures are in, but we've got Johnny Storm, Human Torch, in non-flame-on form. So he's got a little fire effect. He's got hands.
He's got hands.
That's pretty much it. That's pretty much all that comes in his box. It's just him. He's got splayed out hands, a grippy hand, and fists, and little flame effects. Kind of basic.
Yeah.
But, you know, for a non-powered up Johnny Storm, what else are you going to do?
Right, you can't do a whole lot.
And then we have the fired up one, or the flame on one.
Flame on.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, so he's full translucent orange he's got some extra fire effects that are actually molded into the hands and the feet with both splayed out and fist hands. Fire effect on the back. Flamey head. Johnny Storm. So
Human Torch.
Yeah, this is the one that I think people are going to want to get versus the other one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Agreed.
You'll probably see the other one on shelves a lot more than this one, no question.
Yeah. Although I like, this makes it look more of a red, but then the shot in the box makes it look more, I guess it kind of looks reddish there. Do they have any pictures of it actually? Yeah, okay, so it looks kind of orangish when there's
Like
actually
orangish
light.
translucent, yeah.
Yeah, when there's like a white light passing through it. We do also have the Silver Surfer. Now, there's a lot of controversy around the Silver Surfer in this movie because it's a woman, but that's been a thing in the comics for ages, so... And it's a parallel Earth, so deal with it. Comes with the force field, or not the force field, the Silver Surfer thing, the surfboard.
The board.
Yeah, it comes with the surfboard, and then it comes with a little swooshy stand for the surfboard. I don't know how else to explain it other than that.
Yeah. Covers it, yeah.
Yeah, you get a little bit of dynamic posing with that surfboard. We get some splayed out hands, which are probably reuse of the standard Marvel Legends lady splayed out hands. And then I'm sure that it comes with fists. Yep, it comes with fists. What are our thoughts on the Silver Surfer figure?
Not bad.
I do. It's not bad at all. Yeah, you're right. I think I like the board and the effects on the board, and I like the silver looks really good too. Like kind of a unique figure, I think. And I do also like the boxes, like the Fantastic Four boxes too. I know that the Marvel Legends. I like the design of the boxes too.
Yeah, the boxes on these have a really cool printing on them to go with the movie. So, yeah. Then we have the Thing.
Ooh. Now here's the thing.
He's
Here's the thing about the Thing.
He's a big, bouldery brother. And I dig it. We have not seen this look in the trailers yet, have we? With the
long
shirt
pants?
off. I mean, with the shirt off.
Oh, with the shirt off, yeah, we have.
Oh, because he's got the boat, right?
He's got the boat, yeah, but that might be the only time.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if they do another one down the line with the like shirt on that we've been seeing in the trailers, like full uniform. Yeah. Because that would honestly, for me, that would be the one that I get, even over this.
Right.
But that's because I already have a Thing, you know?
Yeah, that differentiates it from the other ones.
Right. Yeah. He's a big Thing.
And that's the Thing.
He's a big dude. He comes with fists. I think there's two splayed out grabby hands. Cool stuff. Only one hit, not a screaming one. And then we have Mr. Fantastic, who comes with some stretchy arms, which are actually, I believe they're bendable.
Ain't that fantastic?
That looks wonky.
Yeah, it does look a little wonky, but I mean, you know, he's a stretchy character.
He's a wonky guy.
He's a wonky guy. I don't know why the midsection, it might just be this picture, but this midsection right here is kind of weird to me.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
See, like, it doesn't look bad here. And then, yeah, but he'll come with two sets of arms, non-stretchy and stretchy. Yeah. I'm surprised they didn't make him a deluxe release and have like stretchy legs too. But, you know, removing the legs from your action figure is not something that is usually, I mean, there's some places that do it, but not in Marvel Legends. So there's an engineering question there for me. The Pedro Pascal likeness is okay.
It's okay. It's a little weird, but it's okay.
Yeah. Marvel Legends is always hit or miss with the MCU likenesses for me, which is why I don't really collect those anymore.
Yeah. Pedro Pascal from Temu.
Yeah, not so much on this one, but they've had some other ones that are pretty bad. We get some shots of all four of the team together, and they look really good, just like they do in the movie. These are up for pre-order right now. I don't know if they actually have any on Hasbro Pulse, and I think they're going pretty much everywhere. So yeah. Now this is the big part of the Marvel Legends stuff here is the Gamerverse. Now you might be thinking to yourself, what video game could they possibly be making this for? They've already done a Spider-Man 2 wave, and it was all right, and they're already shelf warming at our Target. And they're shelf warming at our Target. Marvel vs. Capcom.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What a nice surprise.
That is a good surprise.
So it's a lot of 2-packs. The first of which
Makes
being
sense.
Wolverine, and Silver Samurai. I about said Silver Surfer. Silver Samurai. So I'm not, and I should probably know the answer to these things, but I believe part of this Wolverine, particularly the arms, are new. These are single jointed arms instead of double jointed arms. It's caused some controversy in the community for some reason. Looking at pictures of things side by side, some of the developers of these toys have actually taken pictures of the range of movement of the arm, and there's no change. So there you go. It's a highly stylized Wolverine based off of the game. If you like it, great. If you don't, great. Silver Samurai is also reuse. Maybe a little bit of retooling on certain parts, some new effects, some sword. I don't know. But cool set if you want it.
Indeed.
Any thoughts on this set or anything?
I think it's a
really. Go ahead.
it's an interesting choice, but kind of cool figures. I like the stylizing of Wolverine that they got going on there. And I'll admit I'm not at all familiar with Silver Samurai, so he looks cool, but that might just be the design of Silver Samurai.
Yep. Pretty much. We did get some live action shots of these figures. It's pretty much exactly what we were seeing in the other images. I like the colors. Some of this is reuse of X-Men 97. Some of it is not, as we've already kind of talked about now that I'm thinking about it. These 2-packs do also come with these effects. So we get some slashing effects for Logan, and then we get some shuriken effects for Silver Surfer. And I think we'll see some other ones here momentarily. Yep, you get 2 of those in the box, so it's kind of cool. Just like in the game, you can cross those, and it that looks cool. Pretty sick. Yeah, so there's that. Boy, I'm really trying to get out of this 2-pack. There's the 2-pack in the box. I believe
you had a thought on it, Jacob?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one is what I would say.
There you go.
Cliche, but I am okay. I think it's a cool idea to make those, and man, is that where I get my start with collecting these figures? I don't know.
Oh,
maybe.
Ooh,
Could be.
Well, this wave just keeps getting better. So it really could be with the Marvel Legends, because my gosh, they took a lot of pictures of this one.
they sure did. Uh-oh.
So we get Ninja Psylocke next. And this is so I'll preface this by saying this is kind of a weird 2-pack, but if there's one that I'm going to get, it's this one. We get Ninja Psylocke, which is, I think this is the Warbird body, maybe with some new parts for the extra straps and stuff. I'm not 100% sure. I don't have Warbird yet, but it's definitely a new thing, and she comes with Thanos.
Huh.
Whoa.
Yeah, and this is a stylized version of Thanos, so he's got a little extra spike up on the head there. But overall, it looks pretty good. You get a lot of effects for Psylocke. Then you do get some Infinity Gauntlet stuff for Thanos. Let me see if I can. Yeah, a lot of extra hands for Psylocke. This little headpiece, a lot of slashing effects. A little bit of magic. There's a peek at the package. There's another look at Thanos. Grin. This is phenomenal audio, by the way, now that I'm thinking about it.
Right.
Okay, cool. They're not going to show us everything that's in the package, but there it is. Ninja Psylocke and Thanos is the other 2-pack. I believe this... Yes, there it is. It's a Target exclusive. I would be interested to see if they're in stock.
Well, I will say, as a Psylocke main in Marvel Rivals, I'm gonna have to get that. If, given that it's not absolutely impossible to find, shout out Kairi Sane.
All I'm saying is that Kyrie Sane figure is on Amazon for reasonably cheap.
I'm getting to that point too.
Yeah, I know. I'm on Target's website. There, you can't even find the listing on Target's website. I would say they're sold out.
Unfortunate.
Highly unfortunate, because that's the one that I want. I will say, we've probably discussed this before on this podcast. Target exclusives are easier to find than Walmart exclusives. So
Yes.
I dropped the mic. There is a chance of seeing this in the wild. Oh, and another 2-pack, War Machine and Omega Red, which is another weird combination. War Machine, actually both of these are, I believe, redos. The War Machine's pretty cool. Omega Red has whips. That's pretty much it. You get some extra effects for War Machine's big gun and the missiles and whatnot. Okay, that shot looks pretty cool.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
But that it's the shot for. I just realized this is an audio podcast. Omega Red has
7 episodes deep now, man.
I know, right? He's got the little things, the little the little whippy things, and they're in the ground, and then they're coming up out of the ground on the other side and they're entangling War Machine. It's a cool picture. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And then Walmart exclusive, the blue pack. This is Captain America, which I believe this is a brand new Captain America, judging by that body. And Venom. A cartoon style Venom. We get some extra nice little stuff. We get butterfly joints on Captain America, which is the big selling point for me on this one, to the point I might buy yet another Captain America. Because it looks really nice. I mean, look at him. He's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Light blues,
Fantastic.
big chest. He's got a thumb so he can point at himself. And a shield. We're kind of moving through these quick because we've got a lot of stuff we got to talk about today. Yeah, and Venom, I believe, has a hinge on his jaw. I don't really know what it does, but yeah. Cool stuff. That's
cool shield effect.
I was gonna say I like the power effect on the shield for like a charge or something. I'm not familiar with the game, but yeah, I mean, look at that. That's cool. What else we got here? Venom does have an alternate head that's like half Venom, half Eddie Brock, and that's about it on this set. Any questions, comments, concerns? This will be Hasbro Pulse. This one is actually not an exclusive.
I don't. That Psylocke and Thanos was cool, but this might be my favorite one. There's this 2-pack.
Yeah.
This is a nice
Yeah.
one.
Yep.
Indeed. Plus, for whatever reason, we don't get solid shields a lot anymore. A lot of extra effects that have like peg holes and stuff in the shield. And so it's nice to see like a nice classic bright red solid shield. It sounds dumb. That's what it is. They're doing Gargantos. So
whoa.
This, yeah. So if you're not familiar with the character of Gargantos, great. Neither am I. He's a big, it's like a starfish with a giant eye. The eye is articulated. The eyelids are articulated, I believe. Yes. And all of the limbs are stretchy. Or not stretchy, bendy. He is a big dude. And if you're into that sort of thing, now's the time. Any thoughts on Gargantos, guys?
Freaky.
This is a big dude.
It is freaky. I'm probably going to skip it because I don't know what I would do if I walked into the room and that was there.
Yeah, no,
Just
that's,
be
that's
going
totally
nuts.
fair.
That I mean, that and the price point that is talked about. I don't think we actually have pre-orders for this yet. The price point that's being talked about is like $90 to $100 for this, and I have no attachment to the character. Yeah,
This might be on the bargain bin at $40 in a year.
I doubt it. I don't know. I think it's fan channel. I'm interested to see if. Okay, but you can get a pretty good range with the stretchiness.
Yeah, that's really good.
Like, he's got some attitude in this picture. There's a picture where he's like the arms are crossed. So you can get a pretty good range of movement with him. The whole eyelid is articulated. It looks pretty cool. I'm trying to get a package shot. He's got little fangs.
Well, thanks.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So, Gargantos. He might be a Pulse exclusive or a fan channel exclusive, in which case you're probably not going to see him on a shelf anywhere. But unless the like GameStop maybe. But if you want him, go and get him. That's what I'm going to say about that. However, the one that I do have to get is the Juggernaut. This is a perfect picture right here. The picture that we have looking at here, this was part of the Hasbro Pulse live stream. The one on the right is the old Juggernaut. The one on the left is the new one. I'm talking toe joints. I'm talking butterfly joints. I'm talking a new helmet, whole new sculpt. I'm in. I'm buying this. I'm a little... Hold on. What do you guys think of the Juggernaut? I can pull up some
That
more.
is clean.
Yeah.
I do like that. That is cool.
Stall time while I look at the Juggernaut price.
I like how smooth the helmet on it is.
It is very
like
smooth. They didn't put any texture on there, and it's pretty nice.
Yeah, because the other one is like very glossy, and it's kind of like, it's a little much, but I like the matte finish that this new one's got. And then, of course, like you said, the toe joints and all the extra joints. That's
all the extra
that's always nice
articulation
as well.
on a big dude like that.
You just love to see it, really.
Is great. He's not up for pre-order yet, so I'm not exactly sure of the price. I do believe it is crossing into that 70 to 80 though, that we're seeing.
Would not surprise me
for the big dudes. I will say I was okay with paying it for Hulkbuster. I would be perfectly fine with paying it for this.
Oh yeah, I think of any figure we've talked about at a higher price point, that one
is it.
Probably.
I mean, look at this pose right here. They've got him in one that's like the frog splash type of deal. That's perfect. That's awesome. Plus, with the extra added hitting effect, it looks really cool. And everything scales really well. He is the biggest dude there, even over Thanos. It's awesome.
By a good margin, too.
Indeed. Oh. It is a fan channel exclusive, so if you want Juggernaut, I'm going to have to keep an eye on this, actually. Hasbro Pulse or Amazon is where you're going to get this. Maybe GameStop eventually, but probably not for pre-orders. There we go.
There you go.
That is the Marvel Legends. I'll very quickly move on to G.I. Joe. We've talked about this set in the past. This is the Cold Slither set. We finally got a look of these figures in hand, and it is like perfect 80s hair metal goodness.
Fantastic.
Those are great. It's very solid.
We love it. We got some new name reveals, which I'm not going to talk about. We do also have a police, like they do the line of like the Legacy Joe, like army builders essentially, and they're doing a police officer. The figure itself looks cool. Comes with a cup of coffee. I find that kind of funny.
We have to.
You got to at that point. You got to. Yeah. There is I believe this is Mercer. help me out here. Swoosh, come on. Yep. This is Sergeant Slaughter and Mercer from left to right. This is a really cool 2-pack. I've got a Sergeant Slaughter already because it's the perfect crossover between G.I. Joe and wrestling. But I want this one too, to be honest.
Fair.
You get Sergeant Slaughter. He's got a cool revolver type of thing. You get him with the whistle. There's an extra beret, all sorts of stuff in here. Grenade launchers, extra guns. It looks sweet. Anybody got any thoughts on either one of those?
I like the amount of stuff it comes with.
Yeah.
Like outside of the figures being good, it comes with so much stuff.
And we'll get into that here in a second. And these tend to go for like, I want to say 40, 45, 50 bucks. Whereas like a standard G.I. Joe is like, I think 25 now. So you get a lot of stuff in the box with G.I. Joe, which we'll get into with the 2-pack of Slice and Dice, which are Cobra Ninjas. And you can see kind of some of the accessories here. You get all sorts of sides, all sorts of ninja stuff, and masks and heads and hands, and it's all ninja goodness. But to go with ninja goodness, you got to have samurai goodness. At which point we have, reminding myself of the name, Budo? Somebody help me out with that, maybe.
That's what it looks like.
It's Budo! He comes with like 2 different sets of armor in the box. And 3 swords, 2 heads, couple of helmets, couple of guns. Yeah.
Sick.
That's a quality figure right there.
Yeah, I'm buying that one. That one's going to be deluxe, so this will be probably your $35 to $40 price tag. I'm not sure if they have them up for pre-order yet. Let's look while I have it pulled up. Yes, they do. 35 bucks. 35 big ones for that. That is
not a bad price at all.
Not honestly. Bad at all. Do they have the picture with everything? Yeah, they've got the picture with everything. All of that in the package for $35.
Worth.
Absolutely worth it. And that is part of the reason that I collect this line, because I feel like I'm getting my money's worth. So, yeah, definitely buying that one. That brings us to Hawk with the big missile launcher.
We love a missile launcher.
Yeah, it's a mobile missile system. A mobile missile system. We get a younger version of Hawk. In the past, we've gotten a kind of older General Hawk Abernathy figure that really kind of looks like George Bush if you look at it for too long. Yeah.
The missile launcher is apt.
Yeah. Good figure. The missile launcher looks cool. I'll probably skip this, but it is cool if you want it. I do believe if you have any of the trucks, the Vamp or the Cobra one like I have that I'm forgetting the name of, you can haul it with this little tow hitch here with that truck.
Oh, it's a neat little additive.
Indeed. Very keeping in tradition with G.I. Joe. I think there were a couple of other things, but where we don't really collect G.I. Joe. Oh, no, wait, this thing. This was it, the All Striker. I can't click on this image, but there it is. It's a dune buggy type of thing with removable roll cage. There's a lot of customization that you can do with it. And plus it comes with that guy there. I don't remember his name. And it's not in the little write-up on the Fwoosh website, so there's a guy there. I don't think it's
G.I. Joe guy number 7.
I don't think it's Clutch, but it
Legend
could be Clutch.
27.
I don't think it's Clutch. But speaking of coming in Clutch, the Star Wars team this week for Hasbro. I'm going to move through these like kind of super quick. So we're going through them backwards. For Vintage Collection, we'll start there. 3 3/4 inch figures. We've got a 4-pack of Snow Troopers. They look pretty good. You're getting the same thing 4 times over with a couple of different weapons. There you go.
Love it.
These are tiny guys, so I'm not concerned about them. I'm probably not buying them. Uh-oh. We got a weird picture here. That's a cockpit. That's a Vader. There's Vader. We get a nice little 3 3/4 inch Darth Vader that will go with, my gosh, where's the box?
Yo.
The 3 3/4 inch Darth Vader's Classic TIE Advanced. Lot to say there.
That is a mouthful.
This looks pretty cool. It comes with a switchable damaged side plate or whatever you want to call that. If I was more into Vintage Collection, I would definitely buy this, but I'm not, so I'm probably going to pass. Unfortunately.
Understandable, but it is very cool.
It is super cool. When it comes to Black Series, we're getting a redo of Ronin from Star Wars Visions.
I know who that is.
Yeah. So we've seen this figure in a Star Wars Celebration exclusive 2-pack with him and his droid, who I don't remember the name of. The whole thing was in grayscale, just like the cartoon. This is not in grayscale. It is fully fleshed out and wonderful. It looks pretty sick. I think this is a gun.
It looks like it, yeah. Maybe that ties in with Visions Season 3 / his show.
Maybe. It comes with a gun, and then it comes with his lightsaber and a sheath for the lightsaber, which is so dope. I will probably buy this one.
They cook on this one.
It is cool. It exudes cool. I'm a little... Is that... And I'm looking now. I'm a little... I understand the decisions made when you look at like around the sleeves and around the bottom here. These are plastic pieces, I believe, not cloth. I understand why, but you kind of limit the amount of posability and stuff that you can get with him. But you're going to do very action-oriented poses with this guy, so what are you going to do? The one thing that I'm interested to see is how much of a sheath draw can you get with this figure? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, when it comes to our articulation scheme, could you theoretically, in a stop motion film, have him fully draw out his saber from the sheath? I'd be interested to say that, or see that. But yeah, and that's going to be standard Black Series pricing of like probably 27 to 30 something bucks. So yeah, Star Wars tax. Halloween exclusive figure. I think these might be fan channel. It is a Mummy Stormtrooper. They do these around Halloween and Christmas. That's about it. This might be reused from not Lord of the Rings, Indiana Jones. I don't know.
Yep, I was gonna say that looks like the staff from Raiders.
Yeah, and it comes with a little vampire bat porg. It's really kind of interesting. You won't see me with this figure, but it's kind of cool.
Yeah, neat little.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, Halloween exclusive is kind of a cool concept too. That's interesting.
Yeah, and we'll get into another one of those in a minute. But first, I'm gonna need 3 of these. This is This is a from the Clone Wars, which we have not gone through and watched with Jacob. This is the Jedi Temple Guard, complete with saber pike. It looks like it moves pretty well for what it is, for the sheer amount of material that is there. That, and it's a Jedi Temple Guard, so not a whole lot of posing that you necessarily have to do with it anyway.
That's cash.
I'm going to need 3 of those. Probably comfortably. Speaking of Halloween, we get a glow-in-the-dark, Imperial. It's the Emperor's Throne Room Guard, but it's glow-in-the-dark white, and it's meant to be like a ghost.
Interesting.
And it comes with like a zombie, one of these guys from Jedi Fallen Order. Bogling?
Yeah. Bogling, maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know. Whatever the squirrel-looking creature from Fallen Order is.
Yeah. What are our thoughts on the Ghost Imperial Throne Room here? Oh, and actually, before we do that, we might as well just talk about the last one here. This is Dathomirian Witch, or actual witch, Asajj Ventress as a witch. Green skin, black outfit, witch's hat, broom. Comes with a black cat boggling. What are our thoughts on the Halloween figures?
Sure.
Yeah,
Yep.
I like the Ghost. That's pretty cool, but it's not really Star Wars-y, I guess. But I think it looks cool.
No, it's not. I will say I was surprised to see the Ventress one. It's kind of it's cute.
See a named character.
Yeah, it's cute. Because Dathomirian Witch and whatnot. Yeah. You won't be seeing me buying any of these. I think they're just Amazon, but I don't know for sure, so I'm not gonna say.
Yeah. I'd just like to point out on that image real quick. I was laughing so hard. So for context, it's the figure sitting on the broom like it's floating. And in the bottom left corner of the image is it has to make a disclaimer. Figure does not fly.
Right. That's funny.
I don't know, that was just making me laugh.
To round off Clone Wars, another character that we have yet to introduce to Jacob, but we'll probably very soon if we do a Clone Wars watch through. We do get Barriss Offee, which
Shout
is
out Barriss.
Indeed. It's marketed as Clone Wars. It is a nice little mix of her appearance in Clone Wars as well as in the movies, her brief cameos that are there. We had Luminara not too long ago. Very nice that we now get her apprentice. I do wish that the hood was removable, but I get it. Just because of Clone Wars Season 5.
Right. Yeah. Good stuff.
Yeah. To round it off, this was the big talking point this week. This is the San Diego Comic-Con exclusive.
Whoa.
Now, I use exclusive in quotation marks for multiple reasons that we'll get into here in a minute. This is the San Diego Comic-Con exclusive Revenge of the Sith, Anakin and Obi-Wan Mustafar fight set. This comes with a brand new, let's see if I can get a picture of it, a brand new Anakin Skywalker figure that we have not seen since the beginning of the line in 2013.
Sheesh.
A brand new Anakin Skywalker and Revenge of the Sith figure with multiple heads, which are not pictured anywhere, I don't think. Multiple heads, including Sith eyes, including not Sith eyes, including some other stuff. Yeah. There's a lot of stylized pictures here. I'm clicking through pictures while I'm talking, so sorry if it's kind of disorienting. It comes with the little droid. It comes with lava effects. He's standing on the droid. It's sick. A brand new Revenge of the Sith Obi-Wan Kenobi to go with it. Again, multiple heads, multiple hands, all sorts of stuff. We get multiple, actually, lightsaber swooshy effects. Multiple different ranges. So you can do, we're looking at this stylized picture right now of the saber spin sequence. It is dope. Lastly, Force hands too. There is a platform for both of them to stand on and duel. And it is on lava, which is dope. And these are all the pictures that they have on Toy Arc. Oh my gosh, I think I'm going to have to buy this set.
That's a great one.
Yeah, given that Revenge of the Sith is my all-time favorite movie, I will be there no matter what.
I'm going to have to. So I'm going to very quickly go back to this picture. And there's a clashing effect for the lightsabers. So if you want them clashing on your shelf while they're on this diorama piece, great. Oh my gosh. This is awesome. Earlier, exclusive was in quotation marks. You're going to be able to purchase this on the San Diego Comic-Con floor and then later on through Hasbro Pulse.
Ooh.
Whenever they decide to drop this, I'm just going to make this message now. This is to myself. This is to Isaac. This is to anybody else that could possibly be interested in this set. When they say that they're going to drop this, when they drop a date for this, you need to be there 6 a.m. at the earliest or at the latest. I don't even know if we're going to be able to get pre-orders for this or orders for this, but yeah.
Like, I want those too.
Any other thoughts on this set? Before
I feel like our excitement to buy it kind of says it's everything it needs to. Also, this figure does not fly. They wanted to make sure you knew that.
Yeah, with the droid back there.
Oh, I'm glad they told me. I was worried. I didn't know.
Indeed, I thought it flew. I would not be surprised if we get a singles release of each of these, but it's not going to come with the swooshy effects. It's not obviously going to come with the base. It's not going to come with probably alternate heads either. So, or force hands or anything like that. So if you want all of that to be able to recreate your favorite moments from Revenge of the Sith, this is the set for you. Not that I'm advertising. We're not sponsored, but oh my gosh.
But please sponsor us.
Oh my gosh.
That'd be pretty neat.
And that is our toy section. Yeah. That's pretty much everything Hasbro's done in the past couple of weeks, I believe. Yojo June is a thing. There's probably going to be some that we missed. If there's more that we want to talk about, we'll probably talk about it on the next one. But I imagine that our next podcast, the topic is going to be us talking about our experience at SmackDown. So, yeah.
Indeed. Well, we are going to stick with the theme of announcements and whatnot. Although we're going to be moving over towards the video game side because it's been a little bit since we've talked anything gaming-wise. And late May, early June was very, very big for the gaming industry. So we've got 3 shows to talk about new releases. We got Summer Game Fest, PlayStation had a State of Play, and Xbox had a showcase. So I'm just going to run through some of the big announcements from each show. I'll have these guys stop me if there's any that they want to talk about. And I've got a couple that I'm going to make a few personal notes about. But this is going to be a very fast section. So just if you find a name that you like, feel free to look it up. So we're going to start in Summer Games Fest. We're going to be starting with Resident Evil Requiem, releasing February 7th, 2026. I believe that's getting coined as Resident Evil 9, but it's kind of just a follow-up. They're going back to Raccoon City from the earlier games, so that's exciting. There's a new Scott Pilgrim game to follow up on the one that released a few years ago. It's a beat-em-up style game releasing in 2026. Lies of P, which is probably what a lot of people are coining as the best non-FromSoft Souls-like game. That had a DLC which actually dropped the day of the show, so most people that wanted to play it have already played it. Dying Light: The Beast releases August 22nd. I really enjoyed the first Dying Light game. Didn't play the second one, but this one looks good.
I think, yeah, I played the first one. Second one I haven't played either, but I've heard it's a huge downgrade. So hopefully this goes back to form.
Yeah, it looks good, but we'll see. Code Vein 2 got announced, which this is one of the ones I'll stop on for a second. I am thrilled about this because I played the original Code Vein a couple years ago, and it was kind of my first, like, I don't want to call it a Souls game because it's not FromSoft, it's not Dark Souls or anything, but it's very much stylized, the gameplay wise, very stylized in Dark Souls, and I absolutely love that game, as frustrating as it could be. So the fact that it's getting a sequel eventually, they didn't really put a release date, or at least I couldn't find one when I was putting the list together. So that's awesome. I'm very excited for that.
So I do have the first game of this. I need to try it out for sure.
I very much enjoyed it. It is challenging, especially if you play the way I played, because there's a buddy system in there that makes the game a lot easier, because multiple targets and whatnot. I turned that off. So it was just me one-on-one against the bosses and everything, so that made it a little bit more difficult, but that's a very fun game. Next up, Mortal Shell 2. Follow up on that game. I watched the trailer for it. Looks pretty cool. I didn't play the first one, so no real notes there. Same with our next one, Atomic Hearts 2. Always thought about playing it, never got around to it. And that is releasing. There's another expansion on that called The Cube, and it's actually an MMORPG set in the same universe as Atomic Hearts. So it's kind of cool. If you are into that, next up we have a game called Ill, which looks insane. So it's a survival horror, and it seems like very much rooted in a body horror, extreme gore style. Kind of reminded me a little bit of Resident Evil 7 in the way that, or I guess 8 too, but in the way that it's like a first-person survival horror, that kind of thing. Looks good. I'll probably play it. Got a real interesting one in Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. Because of some of the third-party characters that they brought in. So they brought Joker from Persona, if you know who that is, through either Smash or the actual Persona games. One of the two. And Hatsune Miku. So that's something. It's just like you're watching the trailer for it. Okay, you got Sonic, you got Knuckles, you got blah 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 blah. Hatsune Miku, what are you doing here? And to round out the list of Summer Game Fest, Deadpool's getting a VR game, which that trailer was actually kind of funny because he said, how Deadpool always breaks the fourth wall and whatnot. He says in the trailer, Spider-Man got 3 big games and all I get is a crummy VR game. So yeah, that kind of tells you your expectations for that.
Yeah, I don't imagine, and my experience with VR is very limited, but I don't imagine it's going to be too crazy. I do like the voice cast of Neil Patrick Harris as Deadpool.
That's right, I forgot about that.
Yeah, to me, if you're going to put Deadpool in a cartoon or something and you can't get Ryan Reynolds because he's probably very expensive, get Neil Patrick Harris.
Yeah, why not? Is there anything from Summer Games Fest that jumps out to you guys?
Not really, if I'm honest. I don't
Fair,
play,
yeah, it was.
I don't play as much video games as a lot of people do, but I see some stuff coming up that we'll probably kind of talk about.
Yeah. And I'd like. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that this isn't an exhaustive list of everything that was announced. It was just kind of the ones that were big enough or interesting enough to me to lay out. There's some other stuff that was announced but didn't really catch my attention since I'm trying to move through this pretty quickly.
Right.
What were you going to say, Jacob?
I mean, for me, it's like Lies of P DLC sounds cool. I haven't played the game, so I'm not sure, but I've heard it's really good, worth a try. Resident Evil, you can't go wrong there. Dying Light, the Beast, hopefully it's like the first one and it becomes really good. The first one's great. Second one, I've heard bad things, unfortunately.
Same.
Code Vein 2, played the first one and probably end up playing this one because why not? I'm sure it'll be good. And Hatsune Miku, how about that?
Shout out Hatsune Miku, the greatest announcement from the entire thing.
That was the one that I saw the most conversation about at that thing.
Oh
yeah,
is it crazy to say? It's kind of crazy to say this, but like nothing on that list like really is like, oh my gosh. Like I mean, there's good stuff on there, but nothing on there like maybe go, oh, I am so excited for this. Like
yeah, it strikes me that people were waiting on PlayStation and Xbox for the next couple.
And that's kind of honestly how I feel about a lot of all three of these shows. Honestly, is that you were good. I'm waiting for something better.
Right. Exactly.
There's a couple in here that I'm pretty happy about, but yeah. Although I don't know, just one more thing on the Summer Games Fest, specifically Resident Evil. I don't know if you guys saw how they played that during the show, but they had the director come in and be like, hey, so we're in development of RE9, but you'll have to wait a little bit longer to find out more. And then about 20 minutes later, they dropped the trailer for Resident Evil Requiem. So it's like, yeah, waited a little bit longer.
That is a bit longer.
That was pretty funny. But yeah,
Somebody
that wraps
probably
up Summer
forgot to
Game
put
Fest.
something in the trailer and they needed to put it in real quick.
That could be, yeah. Or it was just a gag from them, which wouldn't surprise me. So, that's Summer Games Fest. We're now moving into the PlayStation State of Play, which happened early June. So, Astrobot, which I believe I might be wrong because I did not pay any attention, won Game of the Year last year.
I do believe it did.
So that's getting new levels. So that's cool for those that are playing Astrobot. I still haven't played it yet because I didn't want to shell out the money for a game that I don't know if I'm even going to play that much. Final Fantasy Tactics is getting a remake, which is cool for those that like Final Fantasy Tactics. Not my style of game, and I don't really care for Final Fantasy, so
I'd be willing to give it a try, but
fair enough.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's like so it's some of the original games, and then they're adding like cutscenes and voice acting and stuff to it. So it's not just a remaster; it's a full remake.
Nice.
Which is always great to see. I love seeing that. So I'll stop on this next one real quick because it might be my most anticipated game of the year. It's called Ghost of Yotei. It's a spiritual successor to Ghost of Tsushima.
Okay.
Which was one of my favorite games to come out in the year that it did. In fact, it might have even been my game of the year. But I don't even remember what happened that year. That's not important. So Ghost of Yotei got a new little teaser trailer showing a wolf companion, which is always cool. We love a wolf companion. Cool. Shout out Twilight Princess. Although that's you, but you know. They did announce though that Ghost of Yotei will be having its own like full deep dive show in July. So I'm very curious to see that. Sounds like they're really banking on this being a great game. And I really hope it is, because it's awesome.
They got big shoes to fill.
They have big shoes to fill. Yes, they do. And then, so next up, 007 First Light, new James Bond game. Cool.
This looks
if you're
good.
into that.
I'm glad we're getting a James Bond game. I feel like we've gotten to the point where it's like, okay, we've had a lot of Marvel games. We've had a lot of Spider-Man games that were good. I think we've gotten to the point where it's like, yeah, we can we've had an Indiana Jones game at this point that was pretty solid in this generation from what I've heard. It's time for a James Bond one, and it looks really good.
It does, yeah. I think it's been a long time since we've had a James Bond game.
Is it?
So
has it been since GoldenEye?
Maybe. I don't know.
I'll look it up. Keep going.
Yeah, I can't quite remember.
That long ago? 007? Really?
I think.
I want to say there was a more recent one, but
Oh, no, there are. Never mind. Although it looks like most of them are just GoldenEye again.
yeah. GoldenEye. I know GoldenEye was on the Wii at some point, and
yeah. Isn't it on Game Pass still, or no? Maybe.
I'm 50-50 on that.
Yeah.
Isn't it
But
Virtual
maybe.
Console 007?
It is Virtual Console. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can play it on the Switch if you have the N64
nice.
Plus Pass.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Which I do. Anyways, we did also get a new Marvel game announced. I believe it's called Marvel Tokon. That's how I'm going to pronounce it. It might be pronounced differently.
Token?
Token, maybe. Yeah, Marvel Token Fighting Souls. It's a tag team fighting game. Very stylized art style. It's very pretty. I'm not going to play it because I don't really care for fighting games like that, but for those that do, it looks like it's going to be a very fun game.
It looks like... I was going to say it looks like Marvel's response to the Injustice video game, which I've had to pick up due to issues lately. I didn't even talk about that, did I?
No, we kind of skipped over the whole...
Okay, the gist of it is that over the past couple of podcasts, I've loosely mentioned that I've been reading Injustice, the comic book series. Finally finished the last year, only for the ending to be kind of weird to me. And I was like, this is kind of a weird ending. What's going on here? Go to Wikipedia only to discover that the entire comic book series is a prequel to the video game. So I had to shell out $20 for the video game on Steam. Pretty good.
There you go. Don't forget to play Injustice 2 as well.
We'll see how Injustice ends.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So yeah, Marvel Token Fighting Souls seems cool for those that are interested. Next up, we had a new look at a remake or remaster, either way, of Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater.
She's a snake eater. Anyway.
She's a snake eater. But yeah, Metal Gear Solid fans get excited. It looks very good. The Mortal Kombat collection, which actually is a really cool thing. It's just a collection of a bunch of Mortal Kombat games from the arcade machines, consoles, and all handhelds. So it's just a lot of Mortal Kombat. So if you're a Mortal Kombat fan, that's all you.
I like that they're staying on theme with the K and collection.
I was gonna ask if that's how it's spelled or is it a spelling error? But actually,
that is how it is.
Okay. Oh, I like that.
Yep, that's how they do things, and I'm a big fan of it. Got to stay true to your brand.
Got to live the gimmick, right?
Got to get your gimmicks in, just like our camera gimmick on an audio podcast.
Indeed. And screen sharing. Don't forget about screen sharing.
And screen sharing, true. Next up, we have Neo 3, which I've heard those games are extremely tough. I think I actually have both of them through like PlayStation Plus or something like that. Never got around to them because didn't. But Neo 3, I think people are pretty excited about that. This next one seemed kind of interesting to me. So it's called Pragmata. And it's kind of interesting because you're almost controlling two different characters at the same time. So you have a human character who's got like, I think he's got a gun or something like that. And then there's this little girl who rides on his back who's actually an AI. And she's got like hacking powers and stuff like that. And so during your fights and whatnot, you're kind of doing both. And of course there's hacking segments and whatnot. It looks kind of interesting. I might play it. We'll see. And then the last thing that I want to talk about from the PlayStation State of Play is Silent Hill F. So Silent Hill games are always very creepy and weird and whatnot. This one looks rather that way as well. I might have to play it because I like horror games a lot. And this one looks just that.
The horror.
Indeed. Anything from State of Play that you guys are interested in?
I don't really have a Xbox or PlayStation.
I mean, a lot of these games will cross platforms, but
I mean, not really, honestly.
point stands.
Yeah.
I do want to play Ghost of Yotei, for sure.
Yeah, me too. And 007 I think could be good. If it launches well and if they do it right.
Yes.
You can say that about a lot of video games, though.
And maybe Silent Hill also. Maybe I'll give that a try. Why not?
I'm not a horror guy, honestly.
Understandable. It's not for everyone.
Oh yeah, definitely not for everybody. It's an acquired taste, no question.
All right, so we're going to move on to the last of the showcases, that being the Xbox showcase, which actually everyone was kind of saying, yeah, whatever. Xbox never puts on a good show, but honestly, I think it's the best of the three.
Yeah,
I mean, they're not wrong. Xbox usually just kind of doesn't do anything. Something I forgot to put on this list for the Xbox showcase, they revealed a new handheld. I think it's going to be like the PlayStation one that they've got for the PS5 right now.
Like a Steam Deck kind of thing.
Yeah, that kind of deal. So, which is cool, I guess.
So then, are those just cloud gaming, or is it like a device in and of itself? I would have to try it out and see how it goes. The problem, that's the other thing with like the Steam Deck and stuff, and the only reason that I haven't really purchased one at this point is because if the selling point is portability and being able to carry it around, you do that pretty well with a gaming laptop and get potentially better performance. They're just big. It's not like I saw something the other day of a guy comparing it to like the PSP and the DS. Those are true pocket gaming versus the Steam Deck. You got to have a bag. You got to have this, the Switch, same deal. Yeah, I don't know.
I agree. I definitely wouldn't call it pocket gaming. I think it's pretty bulky and like, I don't know. It's cool. I mean, you can play a lot of cool games. It's handheld game. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's cool. I think you're right, but it is kind of bulky. I mean, maybe like on a plane or like a train ride or something, maybe you can like set it up, but
right.
I don't know. I think I never taken it out of my house, man. I keep it. Just kind of sometimes when I'm not in my computer room and I'm on my couch, I can play Steam. Again, I want to play Steam games. I'll just Steam Deck over there, and so that's kind of one thing, and it's also kind of cool the desktop mode. I kind of like it's Steam OS, like Linux based, kind of cool.
Yeah, definitely. I have been thinking about getting one with Windows based though, just to see what's up. On there. Yeah. Anyway,
Cool boot.
Yeah, so that was one of their bigger announcements from their showcase, which, take that how you will. It seemed kind of interesting. But they closed the show, and I'm going to talk about this one first because I have a feeling I'm going to talk about it for a hot minute here.
Yeah.
They closed the show teasing Call of Duty Black Ops 7, which just came out of nowhere. But I guess they are out of the PlayStation contract now, so, so it is a sequel to Black Ops 2, essentially, which is awesome because that campaign rules. You've got David Mason coming back. You got Harper coming back, which is cool because that shows you what the canonical ending to Black Ops 2 was. Because you had the choice to either kill Harper in the campaign or save him. And obviously, if he's going to be in this game, that's the canon ending, is he lives. And there's a few other canon, things that are canonized through this for the Black Ops 2, which is cool because I love that game. They did also confirm that there are new round-based zombies maps, and not just, rehashing some old maps and whatnot. In theory, because they've done new maps in like Black Ops 4 with Tog der Toten and Alpha Omega and Blood of the Dead, where it's essentially partially a different map, but it's the same. So hopefully they're actually just new maps and not just like, hey, we added this section to Buried, let's just say, because that's a map that hasn't been touched yet. New map. Although, Buried Remastered, please. Anyways, that excited the Zombies fan in me because, as I mentioned in episode 2, which go listen to that, by the way. That's probably my favorite episode we've done, and it's our least popular. So go listen to that. Not salty.
Nope, not at all.
Not at all. But they did say that there's going to be a full reveal later this summer. I'd imagine that's just going to be Call of Duty Next, like they do every year, the big full reveal, and have content creators and whatnot come to this big convention so they can show off the game and whatnot, like they've done every year in the past. So, yeah, Black Ops 7. I'm excited.
Me too.
Yeah, and then,
I'm looking forward to it.
I mean, I'm not a big Call of Duty guy. It definitely ruffled some feathers to put that on last in the showcase when we've been waiting on updates on Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5. So, very interesting there. But yeah,
at this point, it's been almost Skyrim's initial lifespan up until they announced Elder Scrolls 6. From the time we've gotten the Elder Scrolls 6 announcement to now, which is insane.
right.
Because we've heard nothing about it. So that was weird to have Black Ops 7 be kind of like the main event when there's bigger games that they probably should have talked about.
Yeah.
But,
Well, I mean, on one hand, if you don't have anything to share, don't share anything. But on the other hand, say something about it.
right. On the other hand, it's been like 8 years since we've heard any noise whatsoever about this game.
And like, I don't know. There's no leaks that I've seen. There's no nothing. And it's like, great.
It would just be nice to have a development update. Like Elder Scrolls 6 is
coming,
making its way through development. It'll be here soon-ish, whenever.
Show off some concept
Eventually.
art, something like that.
Yeah.
So, something that is
At least.
approved, but is still in the conceptual stage. Yeah, I don't know. Because like
Something.
we'll get that with Star Wars sometimes, is they'll put out like, oh, here's a concept art of this thing. And it's
right,
great.
like the fully like computer generated trailer they did of that one High Republic game a few years ago that we haven't heard anything else about. I don't even know if you remember that one.
There's
but I
a
was
High
very
Republic
excited for
game
it.
that we haven't heard anything about.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Okay.
I don't-
Cool. Nice to know.
Yeah, it was announced
I didn't
like
know that.
several years ago, and
not
haven't heard
happening.
anything about it since. Yeah,
It's
I
not
doubt
happening. I'd be surprised if
even
we're getting a
remember what
third
it's called.
Jedi game at this rate.
it. I hope so.
I hope so
But,
too.
yeah.
Jedi Survivor is such a good game. I can't remember whether it was on my top 5 or not.
I
Go
think
listen to
maybe
episode 2
honorable.
and find out.
But yeah, exactly. Go listen to episode 2. We talked about our favorite games.
You don't have to listen to the whole podcast either. You just have to listen to the last segment. Because I think we
Yeah,
talk about
exactly.
some other stuff there too.
Indeed.
Maybe we have
Circling back.
outdated wrestling takes.
Oh, this is true.
Who knows? Because this was before WrestleMania.
It was before WrestleMania, yeah.
Actually, we might not have even talked about wrestling.
We did. Slammies.
You're right. Go see what we thought about the Slammies.
Indeed.
We'll be here when you get back. Just go.
Of course.
So you can pause the video or the podcast and then go listen to that one and then come back here.
Jump back, yeah. Exactly.
Yep, we'll still be here.
We'll be waiting.
It'll be great.
Still waiting.
Yep.
Circling back to our list now that we've done shilling for our podcast. The next release or reveal was
Welcome back, by the way.
Welcome back if you jumped over to episode 2.
Yeah.
And if you haven't, go do it. We're waiting.
How was our past selves? Are they doing okay?
Those,
Are they
those
holding
guys
up?
are doing okay.
Anyway.
Anyways, Gears of War Reloaded was the next reveal, which is awesome. It's a full like 4K 60 remaster of the original Gears, which is awesome because those games rule. They held at this point, by the time this episode's out, I think the beta is going to be ended, but they held a couple weekends of the multiplayer beta for the game, and it looks fantastic. But the real kicker about this is that they're going to be launching Gears Reloaded on the PlayStation 5, which Gears has always been one of Xbox's flagship exclusives. So it's cool to see them kind of branching out now. Because I know they had been planning on doing that for a while, but not a whole lot has moved over.
Right.
So seeing a franchise like Gears not only get revived, but also get that relationship going. Pretty cool
Yep.
to see.
That is kind of surprising. Yeah.
Yeah,
Indeed.
I will probably play it because Gears is
It's
cool.
Gears of War. You got to.
It is Gears of War.
It is Gears of War, and it's awesome. Did I say Gears of War is awesome?
You're right. That's on the list of games that I have not played that I need to play because I've heard so many things about it. I think the original is on Game Pass. Yeah, that's the plan.
Same. I've played. I've been talking it up so much, but I don't think I've ever actually finished one. But, it's on the list.
The list.
Speaking
grows.
of the list, yeah, exactly. The list grows.
Yeah.
Speaking of growing and being on the list, Grounded 2 got announced. The play test and everything will be on Game Pass, I believe I read. So just like the first game, it'll be launching in early access on Game Pass. So if you like the first game, you'll probably like the second game. Never played it, but felt like I should include it on the list.
Indeed.
Ninja Gaiden 4. I know a lot of people are happy about this. That's coming out at some point, which is cool because that's a very difficult action platform style game that I know a lot of people love.
It's me. I'm that people.
You're that people. You're a Ninja Gaiden guy.
Yes, I am a Ninja Gaiden guy. Now, am I bad at it? Yes, but I am still a Ninja Gaiden guy.
But it's there when you want it.
Yes.
That's all you need.
That's all you need. Next, we've got The Outer Worlds 2, which, first of all, is kind of surprising considering I feel like the first one was kind of a flop, but it
I
exists.
feel like it was a commercial flop, but not like a critical one. I really enjoyed that. That is actually one I have played because somebody sold it to me as Fallout in Space, and I was down. I'm interested to see what is up with it this time around. See what they added into it. $80 is a lot of money, so I hope it launches on Game Pass.
I think it will.
Yeah, that
I hope
makes
it
sense.
will. Not that I'm happy with $25 a month for Game Pass Ultimate. I will say that. I'm not happy with that, but for the amount of games that you get, I guess it's fine if you play a lot of video games. The only reason that I subscribe to it right now is because I didn't realize that Xbox Live is not a thing anymore. And you have to have Game Pass in order to play online. And I was trying to play Battlefront 2.
Based.
So I just was like, oh, I guess I'll get Ultimate and try Indiana Jones. And then Indiana Jones won't run on my PC. So whatever.
I love it.
Anyway, sorry, I'm done venting.
You're on topic, so you know it's fine.
Garrett's had a long week.
A lot to talk about.
Lots to talk about. You could use a segue there if you wanted to, if we wanted to switch up the order here.
We'll just jump into our next game here.
Yeah, all right.
Which is this one's rustled some feathers too. Mostly because of the developer. It's called Beast of Reincarnation, which looked kind of cool stylistically, and then it flashed the developer. It is made by Game Freak, who make the Pokemon games. So you might be thinking, oh, it's a turn-based monster collector, right? No, it's a action RPG. From the gameplay I've seen, it looks a lot like the Star Wars Jedi games and Stellar Blade, which is awesome because I love those games, and so I might have to play this one. Obviously, it's a different team than the Pokemon team working on it, but it was kind of funny to just see the outcry of like, wait, so Game Freak can do this, and we got Scarlet and Violet instead. And so,
and we got this 30 FPS buggy mess before the.
There's a difference between developing. You can see this with Rockstar, and the difference between Red Dead Redemption 2 and, just for sake of argument, Red Dead Redemption 2 and the recent remasters / redos of the Grand Theft Auto games. There's a difference between developing for passion and developing for paycheck, and maybe there's an element to that there. I'm not alleging anything, but maybe there is.
That could very well be.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's just kind of an interesting thing that like Game Freak went so different directions with their games, and this one looks pretty good, so I might play it.
Indeed.
So next up is a game called The Blood of Dawnwalker. So you're like half human, half vampire, killing stuff and whatnot.
Twilight but violent. More violent.
Twilight but violent and less shaky what's her nuts.
Oh my. Where are you going for there, Halls?
I can't remember the name of the actress, but in those movies specifically, she's always like shaking whenever she's trying to
Oh, I see. Oh,
convey emotion.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I've never seen any of those movies, but I have seen clips of, is it the finale of the last movie? Where it's like, there's this weird, like, vision sequence of this, like,
Yep.
insanely gory fight scene. I don't know. But I was like,
I think so. Yeah.
that's weird. And then it turns out to be all a dream.
Yeah. I've seen parts of it because it was on TV, but yeah, I'm in the same boat. I haven't really seen much of it.
Right.
But yeah.
Indeed.
Blood of Dawnwalker seemed kind of interesting, so I put it on the list.
Cool.
Might end up playing it if it comes to Game Pass. But it's developed by Rebel Wolves and Bandai Namco, so cool.
Okay.
Indeed.
That's Bandai Namco. How about that?
Yeah. So next up we have, it's called Chronos: The New Dawn. It is a survival horror, and the gameplay gave me vibes of Dead Space. Whether it actually turns out to be that way, I don't know, but it's someone in a spacesuit walking around dark hallways with a pistol and some like freaky alien monsters wandering around. Dead
Dig
Space.
it. Yeah. Sounds like Dead Space. Never even played
And it
Dead
looks
Space, but I
solid.
know that it sounds like Dead Space.
Yeah. It
Dig
looks
it.
solid, so I will probably play it. Although the last game that looked like Dead Space but wasn't Dead Space sucked, so we'll see. Shout
We'll
out
see
to
how this
Callisto
goes.
Protocol.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so excited for that game, and it
I was thinking
sucked.
Starfield for some reason.
That game was okay. I wouldn't say it sucked.
Starfield was aggressively fine. It actively made me upset that it was a multiverse plot in the end, though. Just
Yeah.
because we've gotten a lot of multiverse stuff in the past since Avengers Endgame.
Right.
So, anyway, there's my Starfield take.
Something that's a little bit more lighthearted, High on Life 2. I don't know, have you guys seen clips of the first game?
I played part of the first game.
Okay.
If you like Rick and Morty, you're gonna like that game because it's the same.
Yeah.
guy.
Oh, this is that kind of game.
This is
game.
that
Yep.
game. It's
Isn't Jack Black like just show up for some reason or something like that in that first game?
I have not played it all the way through.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
It's one of those games that if it is it still on Game Pass, I'm going to look while I'm talking. It was one of those games that I only picked up because it was on Game Pass. I was not, as much as I hate to say this, I didn't want to pay full price for it. Especially because video games are expensive and it looks like they're getting more expensive. So, yeah. It's fun is the word, and it's got that
It's a
Rick
very
and Morty
fun
sense
game.
of humor. I will say it is probably one of the better tutorials that I've ever done in a video game.
I've heard the tutorial's good.
It is fun. It directly makes fun of Doom in just about every way.
Fantastic.
It's wonderful. I'm looking
So
to see
next
if it's
up-
on Game Pass while we talk, by the way.
Okay. So I'll go with my next one here because it'll be quick if you can find that. Invincible is getting a fighting game called Invincible Versus. That'll be something, I guess. It'll be kind of hard to implement, I feel like, when half of the characters all share the same powers.
Yeah.
But, you know, we'll see, I guess.
It is not on Game Pass.
I thought it got taken off.
Yeah.
I thought I
got
heard
taken
that.
off
Yeah.
there. So yeah. I have no idea what I was going to say. I almost wonder if Invincible
Fantastic.
Versus is going to turn into like a Mortal Kombat or an Injustice type of situation where it's like, yeah, well, here's the core group of people that you're going to fight with. we can put Terminator in a DLC and it'll be all right.
Right. Which it might end up going there.
Right. I was just looking at Injustice 2 on Game Pass because it was there, and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are there.
Yep, they sure are.
Which there's been a lot of crossover with them and like Batman in the past, but you know.
Next up, we got Persona 4 Revival. So I believe this is just a remaster.
No, it's a revival.
Well, it is a revival. But I think it's just a remaster of the Persona 4 game, which is cool.
Should be just the same as the original game, just with updated graphics and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't think they meant to announce this yet, but all the voice actors that used to voice the characters were coming out and saying they didn't recast me in the revival, and then, there's a revival coming. I think those voice actors leaked it before it was supposed to be leaked. So I think they just put a small video together, and
indeed,
they made that just to get it out there. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of controversy, like the voice actor. They didn't recast me; they changed me to somebody else. And they were all mad about it, kind of thing. They kind of like the Mario and the Peach getting changed their voices too, and
Yeah, which I think that we can talk about in a second because we're going to be talking about the Switch and all Nintendo stuff here in a bit.
Indeed.
But yeah, interesting to see Persona 4 get revived in a revival.
That is a revival. Yeah. What's up?
This is one I missed initially and only just found out when I was making this list up. Super Meat Boy 3D.
I did see this
Super
one.
Meat Boy.
Which is awesome. Because if it's anything like... If it plays somewhat similar, I know it's going to be more difficult and whatnot, but if it's something similar to like a Pac-Man world, I'm in.
Oh, bro. Pac-Man World was so goated.
Pac-Man World is peak. And therefore, Super Meat Boy in a 3D setting, peak.
Might also be peak, yes. Those are cursed images right there. Right?
They are. And I just Googled Super Meat Boy 3D and went to images because I wanted to see if they had like level design, and it looks like they have some level design, and it looks like a 3D platformer. But there's some images here of just weird takes on Super Meat Boy in 3D.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, Super Meat Boy 3D.
Super Meat Boy 3D. Fantastic.
3D.
Oh, there's actually like full 15 minutes of gameplay if you're interested.
Oh.
Cool.
So I might end up watching that here in a bit.
Super.
So my comparison to Pac-Man World could be incredibly inaccurate, but go watch that video to find out, I guess.
I hope it's not. I hope it's accurate.
Yeah. And so we'll just cover a few bases regarding DLC and seasonal updates here real quick. We mentioned the Indiana Jones game earlier. So that is getting a DLC here soon. Or it's already out or something. I don't know. Eventually, there will be a Indiana Jones and the Great Circle DLC.
Yep.
And this one I included just for you, Garrett.
And I really appreciate it because I do actually kind of want to talk about this.
Yeah, so Sea of Thieves Season 17, Smuggler's Tide, will be launching in August.
I'm so excited. They're launching a new faction where you are a smuggler. I'm not... Bearing in mind that I have not done like a full deep dive into how it works, and obviously it's not out yet, so I don't really know how it works. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about these smugglers' mechanics. I wish it was Merchant Alliance versus the smugglers, but it's fine. I think it would be cool to have like a bounty system where, hey, and you can... My cousin and I were talking about this yesterday when we were sailing, actually, because I was on the game yesterday. Captaincy doesn't do a whole lot other than you can name a boat at this point in the game, I don't feel like. And decorate a boat, I guess. It would be cool to have, like, your ship be wanted by the Merchant Alliance for smuggling, and then people could come and sink you, and if they take your book or they take your emissary or whatever, they can go and sell it and they get a massive payout for the bounty, and it would increase if you smuggle more and it would decrease if you smuggle less or whatever. I think it'd be cool. I don't think that that's the way they're doing it. I'm making a pitch. Rare, if you can hear me, that one's yours for free because it sounds awesome.
Next one you got to pay for.
Right. Next one you got to pay for, but smuggling and Sea of Thieves sounds really fun. So I'm going to try it.
Yeah, that sounds like it could be cool.
We got to get the three of us on Sea of Thieves. It is a fun one.
I know. We've been so close so many times and then something comes up.
Indeed. Definitely.
But that will wrap up the Xbox showcase, which in my opinion, I know I said it before, is the best one that we talked about today. Any final notes?
No.
No, just excited. Just Black Ops 7, great. Ninja Gaiden 4, great. Grounded 2, I'm interested in. I want to try the first Outer Worlds and see what that's like. And also Persona 4 Revival, great. And Super Meat Boy 3D, great. So, and Sea of Thieves, also great. So,
indeed,
good stuff this time around.
Indeed. Well, speaking of something great, I'll let you have the floor.
All right. So, we are, how many days now? It's been about 10, 11 days? Or I guess 10 days. Like from when we're recording this, that the Switch 2 came out. So I know Isaac has one. You don't have one, Garrett, do you?
No.
Okay.
Not yet. I'm interested to know you guys' opinions, and I might have questions.
Okay, yeah. I would say, so the process for me to transfer my, well, actually, I guess I should talk about how I got it. I did the midnight release waiting in line at Best Buy. I was 32nd in line. No, sorry, 23rd in line. Those around. 23rd in line. And what they did, I got there like 9:15. And it was pretty chill. Like there was nothing too crazy. Like they had people came out and they gave you a ticket if you wanted the Mario Kart bundle or the normal Switch, and pretty much everybody wanted the Mario Kart, it seemed like.
Yeah. It's the only game for the system right now, isn't it?
Well, yeah, like I think the only first party game. There's other games. I know there's like I mean that also that tech demo, I got that too, like that the Switch Welcome to or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
And then there's also like a couple remasters, like Bravely Default remaster, the new Street Fighter game. What else was there? There was a couple other things that came out that first day. I don't remember what else came out, but it was a lot of like not like Cyberpunk. That's right. That came out. That came out the first day. I already played that, so I need to get that. But yeah, apparently it runs really well.
Oh, that's good.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed by that because I know it's pretty intensive. Even on my PC, it was intensive.
Yeah, I've got an Xbox One X downstairs that I installed it on, and it runs terribly on that.
It's crazy. Like I'm surprised that they got it to work on Switch too, because even my PC, it barely hangs on. It's that bad. Like when you get to like ray tracing and stuff, like there's no way ray tracing it. Like you're getting 2 frames per second with that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's been good. So that came out, and then they had like some of the Pro Controller, Joy-Con, get like new docks, new chargers, stuff like that. That kind of thing. And they brought everybody in 2 at a time to get what you, and did their whole, protection plan spiel and, hey, you want our credit card, that kind of thing. Right. Of course, they do that, right? So yeah, I got that, set it up. The transfer from Switch 1 to Switch 2 was super easy. no major issues, and it took like maybe 10 minutes to do. And it took all my stuff and put it on that, so I could just factory reset my Switch 1 and probably sell it just if somebody wants it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and then I've really enjoyed the updates. Like Mario Kart World's been great. I love that game a lot. It runs really well, and it's been really fun to play. It's really chaotic. But honestly, I'm kind of blown away by the updates to like Scarlet and Violet and how amazing the game looks now compared to what it did. It's a different game basically because it's so smooth. It's like it used to lag all the time on the normal, even on docked mode. But in Switch 2, they physically have in your hand, it's constant 60 FPS. It's perfect.
Yeah.
It looks amazing.
Like the way it is now is how the game should have launched back when it did.
Absolutely.
I mean, it is so pretty, and the amount of Pokemon that end up spawning in the overworld.
Yeah.
You know, in the base game on Switch 1, you'd get not that many. I can't quantify it, but now it's like
you get up to 40 something like at the same time on the map now.
Yeah, it's insane. Which means shiny charm go burr.
Yeah, I think it's so much easier to get shinies now. And it just I mean, and it's great. Like you feel like it kind of. I think like my hands are kind of weird because every handheld console feels weird in my hands after a while. Kind of hurts the palms a little bit, but it's a lot beefier than a Switch 1. Like I compared it with the Switch 1, and the screen is so better. I think it's a bigger screen or the same of the Steam Deck. It might be bigger than the Steam Deck. Screen.
Like I have an OLED Switch because I got the Scarlet and Violet one, and I put them next to each other, and even the Switch 2 is still bigger than the OLED by a good margin.
It's
a tank.
Wow.
It's a tank. It really is. And I love the clicking. I love the clicking of the Joy-Cons. Like instead of sliding.
Me too. Yeah, I was super concerned about that. That was like one of my biggest concerns was how was that going to work? Are the magnets going to hold up? And I guess at this point we still have to find out because it's been like 10 days since the console's released. So over time, are those magnets going to dull out? But as of right now, both that and then the little chip is what I was most worried about, but that seems sturdy enough. And that's been, I quite like that. Although the release is a little bit weird to get it off the Switch. Because it takes a little bit more oomph to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the physical
release,
yeah.
One thing that concerned me, though, I will say, I found out it's apparently normal. Like, but I kind of hear the fan kind of making some weird noises, but apparently it's kind of normal playing the game. So that's good to see. Also, stick drift is still a problem. I have no idea how they can't fix this problem. How have they not fixed this already? Like
the one major problem of Joy-Cons, and they did everything else. They added a button that only works if you pay for the membership, but they didn't fix stick drift.
The problem with the Joy-Con, and I can only speak with Switch 1, but the problem with the Joy-Cons was always that they're using cheap parts to make the Joy-Con. Somewhere between it being small and it needing to be affordable. But even then, Joy-Cons were $80. So let me pay $100 and stick some nicer analog sticks in there or something. I don't know, but that's my understanding of the situation, at least on the Switch 1. I would imagine it's the same with the Switch 2, but
most likely.
But yeah, in that's definitely one of the reasons that I have not pulled a trigger on it, because we probably have purchased 4 or 5 different sets of Joy-Cons since 2019 when we got the Switch, and they're more expensive for the Switch 2, and I don't want to pay that amount of money for it, honestly.
if you want another set of Joy-Cons, that'll be $95 freaking dollars.
Right.
Unreal.
Unbelievable. That's
it
ridiculous.
It doesn't need to be a. If you're gonna charge me $95 for that, make it good. You know what I mean? Like Xbox controllers are what, $60 standard ones?
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that. When you jump up to the $100 or what are the elite ones, like 120?
Yeah, it's 120, something like that.
You're getting mouse click triggers. You're getting the magnet sticks. You're getting extra buttons, mappable buttons, and all of this. So, yeah, it's interesting to me. But then again, the price of everything is going up. So,
I guess also there is a mouse feature on the new Joy-Cons.
That's right. I haven't messed with it yet, but
kind of hard to mess with right now. But it seems kind of cool. I mean, like we'll have to wait for some more games to come out, updates that incorporate those into it. I think Splatoon, like there was a new Splatoon update. I think that has mouse controls maybe in it. I don't know.
Maybe.
But yeah,
so you could do like a keyboard and mouse type of thing.
Like, so you put your Joy-Con on the table and you move it around and it acts like a mouse.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. And there was a little tech demo thing that I did, like, and it was like you shake the Joy-Cons and it makes different noises, and like you could actually tell like it was like a symbolizing a bouncy ball in the Joy-Con, and it acted just like the bouncing of the bouncy ball. It was kind of freaky how accurate.
Interesting.
HD Rumble stuff. It was kind of cool. That was a cool thing.
That is
cool. Like it's one of those things where it's like a lot of times like those cool things, like, oh, there's so many cool things to do, and then they never get incorporated. That was a problem. But
that was a big thing with the Wii, was like you do a lot of motion control and stuff like that, but sometimes you almost have to force it into the game in order for it to make any sense. Like most of the Wii ports of the Lego games never even really acknowledged that you could motion control and move the controller.
Yeah.
Until like Lego Star Wars 3, maybe. I guess Batman, because Batarang, but yeah. I stand by my statement.
That's a fair statement. Yeah, I think really the only couple games that come to mind with the Wii that fully incorporated it in a good way, the Wii Sports Resort and Skyward Sword, and even then you needed the Wii Motion Plus for it. So like
right, and then also those were in-house games for Nintendo versus like other parties having to integrate it in. Like you're not going to see probably Cyberpunk or anything like that being able to integrate that stuff in.
Yeah, probably not.
Which is a shame, because I like a good gimmick in gaming.
We like gimmicks around here, if you couldn't tell.
We like gimmicks.
But that begs the question, though, moving away from the mouse and everything. Mm-hmm. Price points just in general. Obviously, the Switch being $450 or $500 with the Mario Kart bundle. But then you also look at Mario Kart World and DK, or they're really just their variable pricing market as a whole. I don't like it.
No, I don't like it either, because this is going to become a trend. Like we're going to get every game will be $80 like soon, probably because of this trend, and then GTA 6 will come out and then it'll be $100, like they said.
Oh yeah, if not more.
I'm not buying it.
Yeah, I'm not a GTA guy really. Not a huge loss, but I don't like some games are so remember back in the day, like Nintendo 3DS games like $40, like those are great. And I get also I know this is much better quality than the 3DS, like much better caliber and whatnot, and like $60 I think is reasonable for a game, I think.
Absolutely.
But like we're getting to the point where like I'm worried that like we're gonna get to the point in 5 years where we'll be like, oh, $80 is reasonable for a game, and like that kind of it'll keep going up from there.
And we'll be complaining about the market value is $100.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's like what is the point?
The one other thing that I'll say to that, though, is, and this is coming from somebody that is a software developer on a live product, you do need to pay your developers. And
Absolutely.
And I'm not saying like they don't pay them or whatever like that. My question would be, and I would be very interested to see the accounting on this, and I know that we're never going to be able to see it, but if it's an $80 price point because you're paying some of the best developers to deliver the best quality product, which is, from what I've seen of reviews of Mario Kart World, is a debate as to whether or not it's worth $80. But I'd be interested to see how much of an $80 price tag is because of the developers and how much of it is Nintendo, period.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, Stardew Valley is one dude, and it's only ever cost, like, what's the most that Stardew Valley costs?
$15.
$15,
15,
right?
20, something like that.
It's worth
Right.
every penny.
Yeah, I've never played it, but like I know that like when I decide that it's time to play Stardew Valley, I will drop the $20 for it, and I will be happy about it.
Yes, and you'll do co-op with me, please.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't even know
Is
that
that
was a thing on
game-
Stardew Valley.
Is that game cross compatible?
No, sadly, it's not.
I thought
I
it was
have
only
it.
a PC game.
Nope.
Oh,
I
cool.
have it on PC and Switch.
Oh, I could get it on Switch and we could
Wow.
co-op.
Oh, I like that.
I have it on PlayStation.
Oh.
Anyway,
So, anyways,
Oh, one thing I wanted to mention too is that, like, for me, it's not a huge deal. I'm not like that Hyrule Warrior, or not Hyrule Warriors. I keep saying that for Fire Emblem Warriors for some reason. I keep saying Hyrule Warriors. But that Fire Emblem Warriors, that's probably my first physical game I have bought in quite a while. And the reason I mention that is because, like, what do you guys think about the game key cards like that? Or like, does that matter to you at all, really? Or
how do I word this? I am an avid user of Steam, mostly because you can get pretty decent games for pretty cheap on there.
Yeah.
But when I'm looking at buying my next console, and I've got an eye on some, I'm looking for something with a disc drive because I want to own my game. And even now, I feel like we've moved to this, and the Switch 2 has it even with the system, I thought, where you don't own your device, you own a license to use your device, or in that case with the games. I feel really weird about that, especially for a $60 price tag, let alone an $80 price tag.
And then there's also the new form of DRM, like the what do they call those on there now? Like, you load the game card like onto your Switch and you can lend it out to people, but like if you were to sell the game and not take it away from your account, then it won't let you play it on a different system. Like that new
Right.
thing with the Switch.
yeah, what were they calling that? Like a virtual
It
game
was like a
card?
virtual game card, yeah.
Yeah, virtual game card, yeah.
Yeah,
And that's the other thing is that, like, where does this license to play a game versus owning a game thing end? If I own a license to play a game, like you were just saying, if I own a license to play a game, I don't really want it anymore. I try to sell it, but I don't remove it from my account. Did I just sell that other guy a $50 useless chip?
Yes. I think that's
like-
kind of what. I think
find
that's how it
odd.
works, honestly.
Yeah,
I don't like it either.
I find it really weird, and I don't think that that's the direction that we need to be doing, because like the next step is it's like owning license, or it's like owning movies on digital. You don't own the movie, you own a license to view a copy of the movie or whatever, versus a DVD. Buy physical media is the end of the discussion here.
Yeah, I was gonna say we could have a full podcast segment talking about physical media and its evolution to now and where we might end up, but yeah,
Right.
not a fan.
It's definitely weird.
My thing is, I understand it was a virtual game that you bought like on the eShop, and it's like that makes sense. But I think what the game keycards are going to do is that like it'll download it like with the key card on, or with that card on the internet, from the eShop basically, and then you have to have that card in to play it. But I think if you don't get rid of it and you sell it to somebody, I think that's like, oh, this user or whatever. So that seems like a very bad thing. Like that could be like a whole bunch of Facebook Marketplace scams and stuff.
Yeah,
That's
the used
right.
game market is gonna look pretty rough, I think.
I was going to say
future.
that's the other thing, is that I almost wonder, as somebody that knows the general manager of the GameStops around here, as much business, I was talking with her recently actually, as much business as the Switch 2 has driven for GameStop with pre-orders and midnight releases and stuff like that, is this going, what does the secondary game market look like for the Switch 2 in a few years? Are we going to be able to sell the games? Are we going to be able to not? Is it a legal thing? Am I going to get in legal trouble if I hand my copy of Mario Kart World to GameStop and say this is yours? What's going on? There are a lot of questions that I don't know the answers to.
update. It looks like unlike digital licenses, game key cards can be resold or shared with others as they are not tied to a specific Nintendo account. So that makes you think that it's okay to sell the key card. You can get it your own copy.
Interesting.
But somebody on Reddit, I just looked at a post on Reddit, put up a great point that said, okay, what if you get a game key card and then Switch servers are down? Is it useless at that point?
Right.
Because you download it from the eShop. So that's a good point by that guy, who that was, that I saw the post from. Because, like, if you were to buy, if it's like, okay, I want to buy a game key, this is like years down the road, whatnot, but like the eShop for the Switch 2 goes down, and it's like, oh, so now now it's just a piece of plastic, and I can't even get the online, like, download it from online because this thing shut down. So that's also a concern that I think about. But, like, I don't know. I feel like for me, it's like, I think that they do it so that they don't have to put a whole bunch of data on the card and you just download it from online. But at that point, then what's the point of the physical version of the card at all?
Right. Other than a gimmick. And that's a gimmick I don't like.
Like I think the gimmick must be like for them, like, okay, if you want to display it on your shelf and like, like this, like have like if you're like a person that has like this on a shelf and
right.
But I think all the spines are just red, so what's the point? At that point, I mean.
Yeah, and that's definitely a thing. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, I think that's a concern for sure. What else? I also kind of think that I don't know. It sounds bad, but I mean overall, I've enjoyed the Switch 2 so far. I've enjoyed it. I don't really. I don't know. There's some things that Nintendo just doesn't get right ever. Like there's some things that I feel like they're stuck in the past. Like in the eShop, the fact that you can't buy multiple games and put them in a shopping cart at once is ridiculous.
Yep.
Like, every marketplace should allow you to have a shopping cart to buy them all at the same time, but you have to buy every game individually. That's insane to me.
Yeah, it's such a pain. Like, imagine if you were trying to get, because we talked, there's like 6 or 7 games that dropped on release. Imagine you were someone who was trying to get all of them. You got to go through each one individually, pay for it, research for it. Like, man.
And that's another thing. That's got to drive up their costs to be
right
processing. Like, just thinking about
transactions.
I was going to say, like, to be, and I'm sure that they have their own credit card processor, or they're very tight with a third party that I'm not aware of. You have to pay to run certain credit cards. So, like, you pay a percentage or a fee or whatever. If you're paying a flat fee for each transaction, I would think you would want to, you know, be able to condense the number of transactions, but I don't know how their system works, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah. And then, did you see also on Mario Kart World, you can't queue up with your friends. You have to just get lucky, get in the same lobby.
Oh, really?
That's insane.
Yeah,
That's the whole point of Mario Kart World. That's the whole point of the
Yeah.
It's the whole point of the online subscription.
Like, you
is to
can't
play
queue
with your
together.
friends.
Like, you can join their lobby from them, but it's like, okay, you have to hope that the lobby's open and has space in it, and you got to hope that the match doesn't get canceled or whatnot, or you're not in the middle of a game. But like, how can you not do okay, let's queue up together for a game and then going and going and going. Like,
right.
Like Nintendo, that should be common sense for a Mario Kart game.
Especially,
is that how it worked in 8 Deluxe too? Or did that have a group system?
Yes, it did.
Of course it did.
It worked the same way.
I mean, that's crazy. I guess I don't understand how you have other first party games, like your Smash, your, I don't know, whatever other game you want to talk about, Splatoon, where it does have that party matchmaking system, and then you have Mario Kart World, your biggest Mario Kart game ever, and just not have it. Allegedly.
Like,
a sick Mario Kart World.
When we play Fortnite, it takes 2 seconds to get into our lobby together, and it takes 10 seconds to queue. That's the way it should be for everything.
If you're going to do a multiplayer game and you want people to team up or you want people to compete against each other, you got to have a way for them to do so. In a good manner. Good, quick manner. Otherwise, you lose people. This is, I'm going to go on a tangent while we're talking about software, but there's a point to this tangent. The Buffalo Wild Wings app. Freaking hate it.
Insane.
What?
Speaking of that, I don't know if you're, I know there's a reason why I hate it too. I wonder if it's going to be the same reason.
So the payment system, it kicks me out every time I try to make a payment. So whenever I'm trying to do an order, it's like, there's a point to this ramble, just stick with me. Every time I try to do an order, it's like I get to the point where everything's in my cart and I'm ready to go. I hit checkout and it just sits there. It just sits there. And I'm like, okay, maybe I got to back out and I got to hit checkout again. I see my price again. I hit checkout again. It sits there, it's spinning. And then eventually it just tells me that the whole process has died and it's just like not going to work. And I'm like, great, maybe I'll scroll down and check out again. It's spinning. Eventually on the 5th try, you get in and you can make your payment and you can order your food. The problem is at that point, I'm kind of looking at it and I'm like, do I really want to pay $30 for this? Do I really want to take the time to drive over there when I could probably pay Domino's $30 for more food and they'll bring it to me. My point being that the worst experience that you have in a particular facet of an application or a game, the worst experience your customers are going to have. So if there is a frustration of multiplayer gaming, then you're going to think less of the game. That was my point. What was your point on the Buffalo Wild Wings app, Jacob?
Okay, so my point was that was part of it. That was part of it. But the main thing was that if you redeem something on accident and try to unredeem it, it takes 24 hours to fix it.
It's insane. The other thing, just one last thing on the Buffalo Wild Wings app. Does yours vibrate randomly?
Yes.
Like when it starts up?
Yes. Every time I go to the menu, it vibrates.
I don't get it.
No idea why.
What's the point? No, I know why. It's to indicate rewards or the rewards meter or whatever, but like, don't. If it's a game, it's a fun feature. If it's a game, it's a fun feature. It's not a game. It is sustenance.
This is a food ordering app.
Sustenance.
I don't need vibration in my food, please.
Yeah.
That's the intro bit for the podcast, by the way.
Oh, fantastic.
Ooh, love that.
Absolutely, yeah.
I feel like
which part? The jumping from Mario Kart to B-dubs or food vibrating?
No, whatever I just said ended by whatever you just said. Perfect. I have the timestamp, so I'll know it when I see it, or hear it. But yeah. Music composition done by me, by the way. So if you want like a little theme song for your podcast, comment below, and someone will get a hold of you.
Send us a DM.
Indeed. Got all these.
So with all that positivity of Mario Kart's lack of easy multiplayer compatibility, I'll specifically ask you, Jacob, do you think Mario Kart World is worth the $80 price tag?
It really depends on like I'm a huge Mario Kart guy, so I think I'd be willing to pay $80, to be honest. Like, I'm a huge Mario Kart person. If you're not a Mario Kart person, or if you're a Mario person but you don't really care about what Mario it is, I think $80 is way too much money for this game. And there's a lot to do, a lot of fun, but it's not for everybody. And $80 is a huge increase from even the Donkey Kong game is $70, and that seems like that might be worth $80 instead of this game. Honestly, I think the Donkey Kong game compared to the Mario Kart.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too. Is like if this game didn't have the Mario Kart label slapped onto it, there's not a chance I would have paid $80 for it. And frankly, I didn't, but because Mario Kart bundle paid $50 for it. But
yeah, it's worth.
Point
$50.
is,
no question about that.
Yeah, yeah, I would have paid regular full price for it at the $60 for sure.
Oh yeah.
I genuinely don't. I mean, I would have paid the $80. I wouldn't have been happy about it. We'll put it that way. Because
I would have too. I would have for sure too.
Yeah.
But I would be doing it disgustingly. I would
right.
So we're doing this.
I would have looked at my bank account and sighed.
I can't believe I paid $30 for this B-dubs. Actually, it was pretty good.
I mean, sometimes, But
hey,
yeah,
I tell you what, though, at least it wasn't $50 like it would be for wings. So that's all I'm.
This is true.
All I'm saying.
Oh.
Sorry to interrupt.
I also, actually, before we continue, I will say that we need to do a podcast about ranting about delivery service apps.
Oh, real?
Yep. We're doing it.
Okay.
So
I'm writing that down.
put it in the podcast.
We rank
idea.
food apps. We need to do a streaming one at some point.
Yep.
We do.
Yeah. But point is, when it comes to $80 price tags on games, you gotta sell me on it. You gotta have a fully packed game that's worth every cent, because if you're making me pay $20 over the price I've gotten used to paying, you gotta make it worth it.
And it's gotta be good quality at launch.
Right.
I will ask for my money back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like if it's a buggy mess, I will ask for my money back.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah.
If you're gonna charge a premium price tag, it's got to be a premium game.
Yep.
And frankly, I don't know if I can give that to Mario Kart World if it wasn't a launch title.
Yeah.
As much as I love the game, I'm having a blast with it.
Real quick. It's cheaper to get it bundled in with the Switch than just the game itself, right? So like you didn't pay an additional $80 for the game because you bought it with the console.
Right. Yeah, I paid $500 instead of paying $450 plus an extra $80.
Okay.
Yes. Yep.
Makes sense.
So in my mind, that's absolutely worth it. But yeah.
Oh man. And it's gonna become. I have a feeling we're gonna get like $20 DLC, so it might be $100 total.
Yeah, because that 80 price tag is just the base game, which I'm imagining they're probably going to add some DLC to. If they do it because correct me if I'm wrong, but the Switch Online Premium came with the DLC packs, right? And that's how you got them for 8 Deluxe.
For 8 Deluxe, yes, it does come with the $50 version of the.
Yeah,
it does.
So if they do it that way, cool. If they're gonna charge me $20 per character pack or map pack, you're tweaking. We're gonna have weird tweets. Frankly, you're tweaking. I will not be buying that.
I'm gonna buy it, I think, sadly.
Yeah, you would. You would.
Oh my!
What can I say? I'm my worst own worst enemy. It's like, oh, that's not worth the money. Buys it
This
anyway.
thing sucks. Anyways, take my money.
Yeah.
Oh my!
Well, yeah.
Gentlemen.
And then.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. I was gonna say that I think I covered pretty much everything except the voice actor changes in Mario, but that's not too important. But
that's not super important.
Yeah.
Before
Is
we
it terribly
transition,
jarring? Like, does it
is
take
it jarring?
you
Is that
out
what you
of
said?
it? Yeah.
Mario and Luigi, they don't sound too bad, but it doesn't sound right.
Okay.
And I think Peach sounds pretty normal actually, than usual. Like Peach and Toad seem pretty normal now.
Yeah, if I didn't hear about that news, I probably wouldn't have batted an eye. Obviously, I know Charles Martinet is not doing Mario anymore, so I would have picked up on that anyways. But
well, he is like Mario, Luigi, Wario. He does. So I don't know if I don't know if it's the same guy doing them all now, or if it's different people. But it's different, but it's not a huge big deal. But it's like a bummer that they did. I don't know if Charles Martinet was pushed out, or if he was like, okay, I'm gonna retire, I'm done.
I think he was pushed out, if I remember right.
He might be because
They cast a new guy.
Yeah, I think
Wonder, and then I kind of remember hearing something about that.
But I know he's still a Mario. When it comes, I think he's still the Mario ambassador. He goes to events and goes to be as Mario. So I think he's still involved.
Interesting.
Yeah. So before we move into our game, I just have a quick little tiny segment. Even in the outline here, I wrote down "I'll be quick" because it'll be a quick thing.
Okay.
But Stellar Blade, I know I mentioned it a lot in episode 2, which we already shilled for, but I'll shill for again. Go listen to it. Go listen to it. It's one of my favorite games of all time, and that just dropped some DLC with the game Goddess of Victory Nike. Cool. So I've been replaying that because the way that game works is that you can't really go back to any areas once you finish the game. So I have to replay it because some of the DLC stuff isn't available right away. You kind of have to get to certain areas, one of which is like halfway through the game, which is very annoying. My point with this is, it's just a question I've had lingering around in my head. Have you guys ever started, like, you played a game to completion, unlocked all the abilities and everything like that, and then you started a new game and just felt lost a little bit?
Many a time.
Or like, because you lost all your abilities and all your
and you're like, it's like
upgrades and everything.
It's like trying to learn to walk again.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Like
So that
best, what's the word I'm looking for? Best example of that for me was actually Jedi Survivor.
Oh yeah.
Because you get so used to having certain stances in the late game, that you come to rely on those. And then when you go back to the beginning, like I was a big crossguard guy, which is unpopular evidently.
Yeah, I couldn't do it.
Yeah, but like when you go into the first like 2 levels and it's just single blade or double blade, it's like, whoa, okay.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, so with the Stellar Blade, I was like, I don't want to save over my fully completed save for New Game Plus, so I'm just going to start a brand new game in a different save slot. And then I played it, and I was like, wow, all of the combos and all of the abilities that I normally use just aren't there. I can't play this, so I started a New Game Plus. And that's where I'm at. So I really haven't even been able to touch the DLC yet. I'm kind of working on some of the Nier Automata DLC that released in November, I want to call it, because that's just outfits and stuff, and that's all available pretty early in the game. And I never played it, so yeah, that's my quick Stellar Blade rant. I'm playing Stellar Blade again, and it's a masterpiece. Go play it. Also available on PC now.
Nice.
True.
Jacob, go play it, I swear to God.
Okay.
Well, speaking of games, that's right. It's time for the game. And this week I was in charge of making the game. And, well, I've had 3 weeks. So I made pretty much an entire episode and a half of Jeopardy. So we're going to do that. And it's going to be fun. So here are the rules. We're going to do 3 rounds of Jeopardy style questions. There's going to be 5 topics, 5 questions each. The more points on the question, the harder it is. This is, of course, in theory. I'm making these. Am I really the judge of what's hard and what's not? Who knows? The winner of each round will start the next round, pick the first question. From there, it's basic Jeopardy rules. From there, the person who answers the question correctly will pick the next question. For the first round, our display shelf champion, Jacob. I'm trying to remember continuity here. Okay, yes. I thought so. He will pick the first question of the first round. That is champion's advantage. To answer a question, you're going to hit your buzzer and you're going to wait for me to call to you. So if you go to the Discord buzzer, please select your name. Isaac, go first.
Isaac.
Jacob, please go.
Jacob.
I got bored with the editing software.
I love it.
Jacob.
Yeah. If nobody buzzes in 5 seconds, that person will choose again. Again, very similar to Jeopardy. What's dissimilar from Jeopardy is we're going to do 3 rounds. Person with the most points at the end of all of it wins. In the event that there's a tie, which is highly unlikely, we will do Final Jeopardy. My Final Jeopardy question is not good enough for the full game, but it's good enough for a tiebreaker. So that's what we're doing.
Fair enough.
Cool.
Yes, one question. Since this is Jeopardy, are we answering with the
Yes.
what is what? Okay,
All answers must be in the form of a question.
I see. Okay.
I forgot to pull up the game boards. All right. Okay.
Stalling for time. Trash
Indeed.
talking initiated. Jacob, I'm taking that title from you.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. We'll see. I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, gentlemen, let the games begin. That was really loud. I'm probably gonna have to fix that in post.
It was quite loud.
It was quite loud. Jacob, pick a number between 1 and 3.
2.
Fair enough. It is between 1 and 3.
That's funny.
That is, in fact, the number.
I did not even think about that. That's really funny. All right, so we're doing Jeopardy Board 2. Thank you to jeopardylabs.com, where you can make your own Jeopardy boards for free. For the
Played a
most
lot
part.
of games on there. Very much fun.
It is a good website, and I really enjoy it. So, now that I'm done stalling, our categories for today are second superheroes, pro wrestling terminology, first world title reigns, Star Wars homeworlds, and badly explained movie plots. Jacob, you are the display shelf champion. Where would you like to go first?
I'm gonna go with badly explained movie plots for 100.
For 100, a cowboy and his dog and 2 teens blow up their asthmatic father's office. And no buzzers, that is Star Wars from 1977.
Oh, okay. That's good. Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
these are all pretty good.
That's pretty good.
I forgot to put you guys into the little thing down here, so I'm going to do that while we move. How do I get out of there? Okay. Jacob, pick another one.
Badly 200.
Badly 200. Guy's wife dies, so he gets high. And that's all the time we have. That is Disney Pixar's Up.
Oh,
Brother.
Also,
Jeez.
these are all from Reddit, by the way. There's an entire subreddit of this.
Wow.
Man, I got to get into the motions here. I got to
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good
start
one.
thinking about this.
All right, Jacob.
Let's go to pro wrestling terminology for 200.
Pro wrestling terminology for 200. A wrestler intentionally cutting themselves to provoke bleeding to sell an opponent's offense. Isaac. Isaac?
What is blading?
What is blading? Isaac gets the 200.
Okay.
Isaac?
Star Wars Homeworlds for 3.
Star Wars Homeworld for 3. Count Dooku.
Oh no. That should be obvious.
Oh, maybe this one should be higher. That is Sereno.
I'm not gonna lie, I've never heard of that place in my life.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Fair enough. Isaac, pick again.
Let's go a little lower and go for Homeworlds for 2.
Homeworld for 2. Emperor Palpatine. Isaac.
What is Naboo?
What is Naboo? Also home of Queen Amidala.
Indeed.
Isaac.
Let's do second superheroes for 1. I'm curious to see what this category is.
After the death of Spider-Man in the Ultimate Universe, this teenager is inspired to honor his legacy after a talk with Gwen Stacy. Isaac.
Who is Miles Morales?
Who is Miles Morales is correct. So hopefully we understand what this guy is over here. What do you got next for us?
Let's do title reigns for 2.
Title reigns for 2. After an exciting performance in the Elimination Chamber, this New Day member would defeat Daniel Bryan for the WWE Championship at WrestleMania 35. Isaac.
Who is Kofi Kingston?
Who is Kofi Kingston?
Kofi Mania, baby.
Oh, man. Okay, maybe Jeopardy wasn't the right move. It's very one-sided so far. But that could all change with Isaac's next pick.
It is Jeopardy after all. It's anyone's game.
It is Jeopardy.
Terminology for 1.
Terminology for 1. When a wrestler or personality deliberately goes off script. Isaac.
What is a shoot?
That is a shoot.
That is a shoot.
That is a shoot. What you got for me next?
First world title reigns 1.
Oh, you're doing that one. After a year-long quest to finish his story, this wrestler won their first world title in the main event of WrestleMania 40. Jacob, what you got for me?
Cody Rhodes. Who is Cody Rhodes?
That is Cody Rhodes.
You got me.
Nice. Jacob, what you got?
Second superheroes for 2.
Second superheroes for 2. This street orphan who tries to steal the tires from the Batmobile is adopted and becomes the second Robin.
I don't know my DC like that.
That would be Jason Todd.
Oh, that's Jason Todd. Okay.
Yeah, that one's Jason Todd. Jacob, your pick again.
300 second superheroes.
Second superheroes for 300. When Steve Rogers is assassinated, this super soldier must take on the mantle of Captain America.
Isaac.
I heard Isaac
I think
first.
I got him for a second. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is Bucky Barnes?
Who is Bucky Barnes after the events of Civil War? Isaac?
Let's clear out 100 of Homeworlds.
Luke Skywalker. Isaac?
What is Tatooine?
What is Tatooine? All right. What's next?
Movie plots for 3.
Movie plots for 3. Man is forced to participate in the rescue of a hostage by the government that has turned his residence into a refugee camp.
Oh, I know that.
And that's time. That is Shrek.
That's insane.
Jeez.
I love this subreddit. It's one of the few nice parts of Reddit. I said what I said.
Very few.
Very few. Isaac.
Homeworlds for 5.
Homeworld for 5. Cassian Andor, his birth world.
Oh, that's mean. You know I haven't watched that show.
Yeah, I know. 3, 2, 1. What is
I knew
Kenari?
that too. Oh, I knew that.
They
I
talk
knew
about it a
Kenari.
lot in that show. They say the word Kenari a lot, and I was watching that while I was putting this together. What's next, Isaac?
Let's clear out Homeworlds for 4.
Han Solo.
No, I'm so mad. I'm so mad because I absolutely know it.
3, 2, 1. What is Corellia?
Corellia. Oh. There's a whole mission in one of the Rogue Squadron games based around Corellia. And I love that mission, and I totally forgot it. Oh, that's brutal.
All right. Also, I should also say that I've made these multiple weeks ago at this point, so even I don't know some of the answers on some of these, like the badly explained movie plots, but yeah. Isaac, you're up next.
Title Reigns 5.
Oh, he's going big.
Shooting big.
Title reigns for 5. On the March 21st, 2021 edition of Monday Night Raw, this wrestler would defeat the short-reign WWE champion The Miz to hold the gold until Elimination Chamber 2022.
Oh man. Buzzer.
Isaac.
Buzzer.
Isaac.
Who is the Fiend?
The Fiend is not it.
Dang.
Jacob, you want a chance to steal? That's the way I'll do this instead of making him buzz again.
That's fair.
Jacob. Oh, he buzzed again. Okay, cool. What you got?
Is it LA Knight?
It is not. Who is Bobby Lashley?
It's Bobby. Oh.
I will say,
Dang.
if somebody does get it to steal, then I'm not going to deduct points.
That's fair.
That's the way that we're going to do it. So 700 to 100, Isaac and Jacob. Isaac, you get to pick again because nobody got it.
Okay. Let's go terminology for 3.
Terminology for 3. This test theoretically determines whether a wrestler has a marketable appearance or not. Three, 2, 1. What is the airport test? Is the correct answer there.
Interesting. I did not know that one.
So basically the idea is that if you're walking in an airport, you see a dude and you're like, oh my gosh, that's a big dude. That's the airport test.
Gotcha. Okay. Second Superheroes 4.
Second Superheroes 4. Sorry, answering a text from my mom real quick. This young man would shed the Kid Flash persona to take his uncle's place as the Flash following Crisis on Infinite Earths. One. Who is Wally West?
Oh, that's Wally West. I couldn't think of it.
There's a few Flashes. And also, I do want to just very quickly hold my hand up and say that I was not 100% sure about including the Flash because I guess technically Barry Allen is the second Flash because Jay Garrick was the Flash in like the 40s or something, but I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that. Anyway, Isaac.
I wouldn't have noticed. Movie plots 4.
Movie plots for 4. Everyone tries to keep a single dad from snapping.
Ooh.
This one's brutal. I will say that. 3, 2, 1. What is Avengers Infinity War?
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You know, you hear these and it's like, oh, I totally understand, but that was never even close to my memory bank.
Man, when you said snapping, I was thinking of some turtle movie for some reason, like a snapping turtle.
Oh, yeah.
I went a lot darker than that.
Gosh.
Oh, jeez.
Moses.
Oh, okay.
Let's round out movie plots.
All right. Movie plots for 500. Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me.
Hmm,
3.
I'm so mad.
If it helps, this movie came out in 2001. Jacob?
No.
Is this one? What is Monsters Inc.?
Oh, you got no.
It is not Monsters, Inc.
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. This one tricked me, even when they put in the year. Isaac, you've got the chance to steal here. Do you have a guess?
What is National Treasure?
That is a good guess, but unfortunately it is incorrect. What is The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, those were good. I had fun with those. Isaac, are you still picking? Is that where we were at here?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Title Reigns 3.
Title Reigns 3. The boyhood dream came true for this later degenerate at WrestleMania 12 after he defeated Bret Hart for the WWF Championship in the first 60-minute Iron Man match. Five. Jacob?
Is it Hulk Hogan?
It is not Hulk Hogan. Isaac, do you want to
Steal?
Yep.
Stone Cold Steve Austin?
It is not Stone Cold Steve Austin.
No. Dang.
It is Shawn Michaels.
Okay.
Indeed. Isaac?
Second Superheroes 5.
Second Superheroes for 5. This former Robin takes on the role of the Dead Man to aid both Superman and Batman in the conclusion of Injustice Year 3. Minor spoiler, but nobody reads this anyway, except for me. And I really enjoy
Except
it.
for you.
5, 4,
What's his
3,
name?
2, 1. Who is Dick Grayson?
Oh, I was trying to remember his name and I couldn't. I don't do DC.
Injustice
I don't
is
know
really
DC.
good if you're into that sort of thing, and I kind of am. Isaac?
Let's finish Title Reigns for 4.
Title reigns for 4. After debuting in the WWE/WWF 1 year prior, this wrestler would win their first world title with the help of Ric Flair at the Survivor Series 1991.
91.
3, 2. Who is The Undertaker?
I was gonna say that.
That is all in that. Isaac, 4 or 5?
We'll go 4, but one thing when you're doing your countdown, speak a little louder. We're not catching that like at all.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was kind of trying to not. Hey, okay, yeah, definitely. Pro wrestling terminology for 4, a term for returning a particularly stiff move back to a wrestler.
Oh man, I know it too.
I'll need a buzzer.
I'm not gonna get it, but I know it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What is a receipt? And last
Get your
one, pro
receipts.
wrestling terminology for 500, a finish in which a face appears to win a big match, but the decision is later reversed due to some sort of technicality, such as interference by other heels to save the heel champion.
Bad guess, but I'm gonna go for it.
Isaac?
What is interference?
That is incorrect.
Yeah, it's what I
Jacob,
thought.
you've got a chance to steal.
What is no decision?
It is not no decision or no contest. It is a dusty finish named after Dusty Rhodes.
Dusty Rhodes. Interesting.
Oh, okay.
That is this game. The first game of Jeopardy.
We did great.
I'm writing down scores.
Well,
Isaac is up. Go ahead.
I think you have to take 300 off from me because that one question I got wrong.
Which one?
The
I already
first world
did.
title reigns for 3.
I already
did? Okay.
Yeah. So that brings us to a final score of Isaac 200 and Jacob 400.
Devastating performance from the both of us.
There we go. That's how I exit full screen on this thing. The nice part about these is that you can download them. That was number 2. Jacob, 1 or 3?
3.
We'll do 3 next. This is my most recent one. We will do 2 teams. Hang on. I got to set up the board. I got to spell Isaac's name right.
Harder than you think.
I always want to go 2 S's. And that's not
That's what a lot of people do.
Yeah. It's not correct. So I got a thing about name spelling with, with the 2 R's and the 2 T's and whatnot.
Right.
It's a thing. I didn't realize it, but there's an account that has an email. It's like a fake email attached to it for work. I'm trying to be vague because I can't, but it spells my name Garit, and I'm like, that's not right.
Interesting.
Never seen.
Probably the worst spelling I've ever heard of your name.
It really is. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Anyway, now that I have the game board set up and I'm done stalling, we have our 5. We've got our 5 thingies, our 5 categories for this round. MCU quotes, wrestler shoot names, Batman villains, Star Wars ships, and movie composers. Jacob, since you lost the last round, we're going to let you go first.
Let's go movie composers for 100.
Movie composers for 100. Star Wars, Indiana Jones, and Jaws. Isaac?
Who is John Williams?
Who is John Williams? That
The
was
GOAT.
These, I will say, I did try when we get up into here, I did try to get a little bit more deeper cuts here. Isaac, you get to decide the next round.
Batman villains 100.
Batman villains 100. This criminal mastermind, known as the Clown Prince of Crime, uses his dark sense of humor, array of weaponry, and chemical expertise to terrorize Gotham City. Jacob?
What is Green Goblin?
It is not the Green Goblin. Green Goblin is not a Batman villain. He's a Spider-Man villain. Isaac, You've got a chance to steal.
Who is the Joker?
It is the Joker.
How did I get that? Oh my god.
So yes, that one is the Joker. Isaac.
Batman 2.
Batman for 2. In an effort to save his terminally ill wife, this scientist experimented with cryogenic chemicals, causing him to require a sub-zero suit to survive. Isaac?
Who is Mr. Freeze?
It is Mr. Freeze. There we go. There. Trying to make sure that okay, yep. All right. Isaac.
Star Wars ships for 100.
Really interesting Jeopardy strategy going on here. Captained by Han Solo and Chewbacca, this Corellian YT 1300 light freighter has helped both the smuggler and the Rebel Alliance on many occasions.
Isaac.
Isaac?
What is the Millennium Falcon?
That would be the Millennium Falcon.
Let's
All right, what's
go.
next?
MCU quotes for 3.
MCU quotes for 3, cutting it down the middle. Vengeance has consumed you. It's consuming them. I'm done letting it consume me. We're looking for the person that said the quote.
Oh, I know it.
Isaac?
Who is T'Challa, aka Black Panther?
It is Black Panther from Civil War.
I was gonna say at the end of Civil War to Baron Zemo.
Yep. Good scene. Good scene.
Great scene. Great
Indeed.
movie.
Yeah. Indeed. What you got for me?
Wrestler shoot names for 2.
Wrestler shoot names for 2. Stephen James Williams. Three, 2, 1. Who is Stone Cold Steve Austin? Is the right answer.
Man.
There.
I should have put that together.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a confidence booster. Thanks.
Sorry. Not gonna lie, they get a lot harder from here up. I thought that one was kind of a low. Anyway, go ahead.
Let's go for that same category for 100.
Wrestler shoot names for 100. Cody Garrett Runnels.
Okay.
Jacob Isaac.
I heard Jacob first on that one.
Yep.
Who is Cody Rhodes?
That is Cody Rhodes there with the correct spelling of Garrett. That's right.
Both Cody Rhodes answers right. I think this guy has a favorite.
To be fair, Cody Rhodes is my favorite wrestler too, so it's okay.
He's up there for me too. So,
Jacob, what you got for us?
Wrestler shoot names for 300.
Wrestler shoot names for 300. Gianna Jean Daddio.
Isaac.
Oh.
Isaac, I knew you were going to get this one.
speaking of favorite wrestlers, who is Liv Morgan?
It is Liv Morgan. I really hope that I pronounced that whole thing correctly, by the way.
It sounded right.
I think I'm it's the middle name that I'm questioning.
Yeah, that's close enough.
Isaac, what you got? Oh. Did I?
Let's go.
Okay, real quick. Somebody keep me honest here. Did I add Jacob's points back to the thing? I think I did.
Yes, because he was at -4, went down to -5, and went back up to -4.
Thank you.
Unless Jacob, you can correct me.
No, you're right.
Okay.
All right, Isaac.
Go to a category we haven't touched since the start. Movie composers too.
Movie composers 2. The Batman, Ratatouille, and The Incredibles.
Man,
One of
Can't
my
think of his
personal
name.
favorites.
oh, that's so
5,
nice.
4, 3, 2, 1. Who is non-existent because I forgot to type it in? It's Michael Giacchino.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I forgot.
Also, Rogue One.
He did do Rogue One. I thought about putting that one on there, but the rest of them was a little bit more eclectic.
Right.
Although 2 Pixar movies. He does a lot of Pixar stuff, and the Batman kind of came out of left field for me.
Right. That's what I was thinking. Is like, okay, Batman and Incredibles.
But
Superheroes?
the Batman is like one of my favorite film scores of all time because it's so simple.
Oh, it's fantastic.
And yet it's so powerful. Anyway, we could do an entire episode on that.
And we probably will.
Oh, I hope we do one day. Isaac, what's next?
MCU quotes for 4.
MCU quotes for 4. All we can do is our best, and sometimes the best we can do is to start over.
It's a great quote.
5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. This is Peggy Carter from The Winter Soldier.
Oh.
Yeah, this is from the hospital bed. It's gut-wrenching. It's such a good quote. Oh, I love that movie. All right.
That's a great movie. Star Wars ships for 3.
Star Wars ships for 3. This Imperial Star Destroyer is the flagship of the 7th Fleet, commanded by Grand Admiral Thrawn in both Legends and canon. Five, 4, 3, 2. What is the Chimera?
Oh, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember so little about Thrawn.
He's my favorite Star Wars character. I'll be completely honest.
Dang. Okay.
Yeah. He's such an interesting villain. Especially because like most of the villains in Star Wars are maniacal space wizards. So it's cool to have like a calm, cool, collected tactician and watch him go up against Luke Skywalker or whoever in whatever format. Anyway, Isaac.
Wrestler shoot names for 4.
Wrestler shoot names for 4. Terry Jean Balea. Isaac.
Left field, but who is Booker T?
It is not Booker T. I'm sorry.
Damn.
And he'd probably not be happy with you saying that. Isaac, Jacob, you want a chance to steal?
Yeah, sure. Terry Jean. Good reverse, Terry. I got nothing. Dang it. I got nothing. I don't know.
Nothing? Just throw out a name of a wrestler.
Terry Jean. Let me think. Terry. Bobby Lashley? I don't know.
It is not Bobby Lashley. It is Hulk Hogan.
Oh.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Booker T would not be very happy about that.
No.
But you see the thought process, you know. Its name starts with T.
I was gonna say, was it T? Was that the thought process?
That's exactly what the thought process was.
Fair enough. I have a video to show you guys after this. Those who know. Anyway. Gosh. Isaac.
I gotta recover. MCU 500.
Oh, wait, hang on. Sorry. MCU 500. Until such time as the world ends, we will act as though it intends to spin on. Five, 4, 3.
Take a shoot guess.
Jacob. Isaac first.
Who is Vision?
It is not Vision. Jacob.
Who is Doctor Strange?
It is not Doctor Strange. This is actually Nick Fury in the first Avengers movie.
Oh man, it is too.
Yep. I was just watching that on TV yesterday.
It's a great movie.
It is a good movie. Isaac, you get the pick.
Man, not doing well with the superheroes right now. That's too bad. I'm going MCU 200.
MCU 200. The last time I was in Germany, I saw a man standing above everyone else. We ended up disagreeing. Isaac.
Who is Steve Rogers, Captain America? Also from the first Avengers movie.
It is Captain America from the first
Also
Avengers
a great
movie.
scene.
Indeed. I realize the more that we go through these, there's like an exponential rise in difficulty once you pass 200. And I kind of apologize for that. Anyway, Isaac.
Let's just finish out the MCU.
MCU quotes for 100. They say the best weapon is one you only my gosh. You never have to fire. I prefer the weapon you only need to fire once. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who is Tony Stark from the original?
I was thinking about that, but yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that movie in a long, long time.
That's a good one. It's a really good
I'm Team
one.
Cap, so.
I mean, so am I, but it's still a good movie.
This is true.
Yeah. Isaac?
Movie composers 3?
Movie composers for 3, Major League, Toy Story, The Princess and the Frog. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who is Randy Newman?
Never would have gotten that.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, some of these up here, they don't get niche. I pick no like niche composers. I pick niche movies.
Okay.
Or movies that you would not typically associate with those composers. Isaac?
Batman Villains 4.
Batman Villains for 4. This pyromaniac sets fire all across Gotham City with a fireproof suit, jetpack, and flamethrower of his own design. Five, 4, 3, 2. Who is Firefly?
I was gonna say that, but you know what it was? Is I was thinking about Firefly from G.I. Joe, and I was like, okay, well, that's two different people.
It's basically the same guy. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah. I had a figure of that Firefly back in the day,
Oh yeah.
and so I was like, oh, it can't be him. That's not the name. And it was. That's a shame. That's a shame.
All right. What's the next one, Isaac?
Let's finish out wrestler shoot names.
Wrestler shoot names. Aurelian Smith Jr. Five, 4. Actually, before I do the countdown, I will say it is an older wrestler, particularly like 80s, 90s. 5, 4, 3, 2. Who is Jake the Snake Roberts?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was not on my radar at all.
Yeah. Sorry about that. What's next?
Star Wars ships for 2.
Star Wars ships for 2. Unlike standard TIE fighters, this is 2? Okay. Unlike standard TIE fighters, this starfighter, designed by Morgan Elsbeth for the Empire, includes deflector shields and a hyperdrive.
It's been a long time since I watched Ahsoka.
It is not in Ahsoka.
It's been a long time since I watched anything Morgan Elsbeth was in.
The one hint that I'll give here, I honestly forgot that she designed it. It was not... She didn't appear alongside it.
Oh, yeah, she didn't.
But she, like, retroactively designed it.
That's right.
5.
Oh, I can even tell you what it
4,
looks like. That's a
3,
shame.
2, 1. What is the TIE Defender?
Sure is.
Oh.
Sure is.
Yep. Isaac?
Batman Villains 5.
Batman villains for 5. This knife-loving serial killer keeps track of his own kills by carving tally marks into his own skin.
Brutal,
It is.
but very cool.
Not really. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who is Victor Zsasz?
Who?
Yeah.
Never
you know,
in my life.
That's
put
pretty
that-
metal, though.
I put that one on there because he's the first villain that you encounter in Arkham Asylum.
Gotcha.
Yeah. That one's why I convinced myself I could put Victor Zsasz on there. But did not work. Isaac?
Imagine for most of the people that played Arkham Asylum, they probably got that.
Yeah, maybe.
However, I have not played Arkham Asylum.
Oh, that's a shame. Those are good games.
Speaking of Batman, let's round out the category with Batman 3.
Batman 3! Excuse me. With genius intellect and immense strength provided by a super steroid, this masked villain has managed to better Batman many times. Isaac?
Who is Bane?
It is Bane.
I was waiting for that one.
Yeah.
It is Bane.
You merely adopted the dog.
Anyway,
I was just about to do that.
all right, Isaac, what are we thinking next?
Composers 4.
Composers for 4, Spy Kids, Nacho Libre, and Beetlejuice.
Absolutely.
That's quite the library.
I'm going to be honest. I can't remember who this is. Oh, no, I remember who this is.
Nacho Libre.
This one was out of left field, I won't lie.
I'm going to throw a funny name out there just to see.
Isaac?
Who is Hans Zimmer?
It is not Hans Zimmer.
I didn't think so.
Jacob, you've got a chance to steal here.
This is composer, right?
Yep.
Well, maybe Jack Black composed Nacho Libre. I don't know. I'm saying I have no idea. I'm gonna say Jack Black just for fun.
Jack Black did not compose it. It was Danny Elfman, also of the original, or
okay.
well, not the original, but the 89 Batman. And a bunch of other Tim Burton stuff as well.
Yeah.
Nightmare
that makes
Before
sense.
Christmas, Beetlejuice. There were some other ones as well, but I cannot remember them off the top of my head. But Nacho Libre really caught me off guard, and so did Spy Kids.
Yeah, that's less Spy Kids, but definitely Nacho Libre caught me completely off guard there.
Whoever produced Spy Kids must have had dirt on a lot of people. Because, like, George Clooney was in those movies. Antonio Banderas. It's insane.
Stallone, I'm pretty sure.
Stallone was in it. Yeah.
George Lopez.
George Lopez.
Was he in the Spy Kids ones or just the Shark Boy and Lava Girl?
I'm pretty sure he is.
I don't remember.
I don't know. It's been a long time since I saw Spy Kids.
Yeah.
Isn't he like the giant electro guy?
Yeah, that's I think that's Shark Boy and Lava Girl, isn't it?
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
I don't know. Like I say, it's been a long time. Isaac?
Star Wars Ships 5.
Star Wars ships for 5, used by both the Galactic Republic and the Rebel Alliance. These one-man starfighters aided during the Battle of Umbara and included no astromech socket. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Just for funsies.
Isaac. What you got?
Y-wing? What is a Y-wing?
It is not a Y-wing. Jacob, you've got a chance to steal.
X-Wing? What is X-Wing?
It is not an X-Wing, but it is a predecessor of the X-Wing. It is the Z95 Headhunter. Made for an excellent Lego set circa 2014.
Never have gotten that name.
Yeah, sorry.
Star Wars Ships 4.
Star Wars ships for 4. These starships, first seen in Heir to the Empire, are designed to protect ships traveling to Niklon from the Athega system's super hot star. One hint I'm going to put out there. You can get the name of this ship through context clues. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. What are shield ships? Context clues. Anyway. That one should have been 5, but it's fine. Round it off with movie composers for 5. Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Cool Runnings, and Muppet Treasure Island. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Already mentioned him today. It is actually Hans Zimmer.
There it is. I didn't even think about those movies as a Hans Zimmer movie.
He has done a lot of movies that I was not expecting.
Done a lot.
Cool Runnings was one of those I was just like, there's no way. But it was him. That brings us to the end of the second round, where Isaac has 900 points, and Jacob actually maintained the score. So there you go. And I need to switch the board.
Switch the board.
Switch the board to number 1. Board number 1. The only one that remains. I'm going to set up the board. Isaac, say something.
We're setting up the board, and you know what? Trivia, I guess, is really just not our expertise here. Because it's not going very well for either of us, really.
I'm starting to think I took this way too far, but I had some time on my hands until I didn't. So here we are. But this was the first one that I ever did, so maybe this one's easier, theoretically.
Maybe.
Well, there's only one way to find out. And Jacob, you lost the last one, so you have the advantage here. I got to introduce the topics. The first topic is cartoon continuity, which I believe is all superhero cartoons. I could be wrong. I can't remember. This was 3 weeks ago. The second one is wrestling finishers, strange Star Wars characters, double feature faces, which is where I give you 2 movies and you tell me who it is, who the actor is, and comic book crossovers, talking about comic book crossover events. Jacob, you have the first pick.
I'm gonna go with.
Actually, before you do, wrestling finishers, I give you the actual technical term for what a finisher is, and you give me the finishing name or the person who did it. So.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. You'll see when we get there. Your pick, Jacob.
Okay, cartoon continuity for 100.
Cartoon continuity for 100. In X-Men 97, this time traveler is revealed to be the son of Madeline Pryor and Scott Summers, Cyclops, while trying to save his mother. Five, 4, 3, 2. It is Cable.
Oh man, golly. Haven't seen X-Men 97, so, or really any X-Men.
Highly recommend. There are 2 shows that have been produced by Disney through various channels that have made me shake out of shock. It's X-Men 97 and Andor. Episode 5 of season 1 of X-Men 97 and Andor season 2 episode 8. There you go.
All right.
So go watch those shows. Jacob, you've got the pick.
Oh, wrestling finishers for 500.
Wrestling finishers for 5. He's going for the throat. A 3/4 face lock jawbreaker. Five, 4, 3. Isaac.
STF John, or what is the STF John Cena?
Give me a second. I have to write these down. I can't remember them off the top of my. I think I know what that one is. You guys can't see this, right? Okay.
No.
No.
Well, whatever it is, it sounds like it's not the STF.
It is not the STF. I'm going to have to reset our thing here for a second. So if you guys want to like trash talk or something, be great. Otherwise, I could stop the recording and we can fix it. But
I mean, given our performance, trash talking's kind of out the window. At this point, it's just surviving.
Yeah, I'm just gonna staying put until I find the right opportunity to sneak in there. Which maybe never, but I'll try. You know. It's been tough.
okay,
tough,
so ignore
sure.
that all of the wrestling finisher ones have already been done. I'm going to try my best to keep track of which one is which. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which one is this again? Oh, I know what that one is. You said 5, which is the 3/4 face lock jawbreaker. Isaac got it wrong. Jacob has a chance to steal.
The Crossroads.
It is not the Crossroads, although not a bad guess there. It is a stunner, both Steve Austin and Kevin Owens.
Oh.
All right.
Okay.
Jacob, you get the pick.
Double feature faces for 100.
Double feature faces, Pulp Fiction and Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. Isaac?
Who is Samuel L. Jackson?
It is Samuel L. Jackson. You get to pick the next one.
Board. That's a good category. Let's go 200 for double feature faces.
I like this one too.
The Lego Movie and The Dark Knight.
Oh
5,
man.
4. Jacob.
Who was Christian Bale?
It is not Christian Bale. Isaac, you've got a chance to steal.
I'm not gonna lie. There's only 2 people from the Lego Movie that that are coming to mind, and I know for a fact neither of them are in The Dark Knight.
Just curious, who are the 2? Chris Pratt and
Chris Pratt and Will Ferrell,
yes, of course.
but it is neither of those.
Surrender.
Yeah.
Who is Morgan Freeman?
Oh.
I had it in my head that it was like the Grand Wizard from the Lego Movie, but I couldn't remember who it was somehow.
Yeah. I was proud of that one. Still Isaac's pick. No, it's not. It's Jacob's pick. No, it's Isaac's pick.
No, it's still mine.
Yes. Sorry. I'm insane.
Star Wars characters for 100.
Star Wars characters for 100. This Nikto Jedi survived. Oh, yeah, these are bad. This Nikto Jedi sacrificed himself during the Battle of Ryloth so that Chomp Syndulla's freedom fighters could escape from a separatist attack. Isaac, what's this feller's name?
Who is Jedi Master Amagundai?
It is I'm gonna die. Whose entire character is he's gonna die. Oh yeah, that one's a fun one.
There's another one on. I'm not gonna say it yet because I don't know if it's on this list, but it's one of my favorites.
It's on this list either. I think, yeah, I forget what all I did through here. What you got for me? Isaac?
Wrestling finishers 300.
Wrestling finishers for 3. This is a forward somersault cutter.
Oh, I might
think about what's happening in the motion.
I think I know it.
Isaac?
What is the Soul Snatcher Soul Ruka?
It is not the Soul Snatcher. I always have trouble saying that.
Really?
No,
Okay.
it's not. No, it's not. This one's just a tad bit more basic. Jacob, you've got a chance to steal.
Forwards. Not sure.
He's very close and on the right track. Is that a surrender?
Yes. Yep.
It is the Natural Selection from Charlotte Flair.
That was gonna be my other guess. But that's more of like a blockbuster.
Indeed. I have to take points away from Isaac.
You don't
Sorry.
have to.
I mean, I do. That's kind of how the game works, Isaac.
I tried.
What you got for me next? 1, 2, and 4 on wrestling finishers are still available.
Let's go back to Star Wars characters for 2.
Star Wars characters for 2. Grand Admiral Thrawn is a member of this alien race, notable for their blue skin and strategic prowess.
Hmm.
5, 4, 3, 2. What are the Chiss? I cannot remember if this was mentioned in Rebels or not, so I apologize. It only gets more.
Even if it was, I was not going to remember it.
It only gets more obscure from here because my challenge was try to stump Isaac as much as possible on the Star Wars questions.
You got me on 2, so.
Sorry, buddy.
So let's see if you can do it on 3.
Let's see if we can do it on 3. The chairman of the Moon of Pantora was portrayed by George Lucas himself when this character made a cameo in Revenge of the Sith.
Oh, man.
Oh, I just realized I'm going to have to read this name out loud. I'm going to have to do it like raw, too. It's not going to be good.
Mm-hmm.
5,
Picturing
4,
the scene.
3, 2, 1. Who is Baron Papanoida? I'm not even going to try the first name.
Oh, you know what? I know that name, too.
Yeah, because I think he was in Clone Wars, right?
He was, yep.
Like an episode or so.
A couple episodes, yeah.
Yeah. Let's see where we're at here. What we thinking, Isaac?
Comic crossovers for 2.
Comic crossovers for 2. In DC's Injustice, the death of this character at the hands of the Joker leads Superman to strive for world peace by any means necessary. This is another one where context clues can come into play. Jacob.
Who was Batman?
It is not Batman. Isaac has a chance to steal.
Who is Lois Lane?
It is Lois Lane.
Mm-hmm. I've actually played that part in Injustice.
Yeah, I've been making my way through the game, and it is good. I'm not a big fighting game guy, so like the gameplay I'm not a big fan of, but the story I'm a big fan of. And not just because I bought all 5 comic books before realizing that they were a prequel to the game. Anyway.
But, anyways, that's not
duped.
important.
Be sure to drink your Ovaltine, kids. What's next, Isaac?
Incredible reference. Let's go crossovers for 3.
Crossovers for 3. In Flashpoint, the Flash goes back in time to save his mother, only to find that this billionaire... Oh my gosh. Was I okay when I wrote this? Only to find that this billionaire is this timeline's Batman. There we go. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who is Thomas Wayne? The father of Bruce Wayne. That brings us back to Isaac.
Cartoon continuity for 2.
Cartoon continuity for 2. In Avengers Earth's Mightiest Hero, this Avenger is replaced by a Skrull to aid in the secret invasion of Earth. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Press the wrong button. Who is Captain America? Really good plot line there.
Interesting. See, the name that came to mind immediately was Rhodey. From,
yeah. Yeah.
The one we don't talk about. That doesn't exist.
Okay. We're not going to talk about it here and now, but there was so much potential for Secret Invasion as a storyline and for Rhodey being a Skrull. All I'm going to say. Eventually, I'm sure we'll talk about the entire MCU, but today is not that day. What is that from? Doesn't matter.
What, today is not that day?
Yeah.
I'll get back to you on that.
All right, fair enough. In the meantime, Isaac, you've got the pick.
Let's see. So we still have 1,
We still
2,
have 1 and
4.
Yes, in Wrestling Finishers.
Okay. Let's just go to Wrestling Finishers 1.
Wrestling Finishers 1, a flip pile driver. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. What is the Canadian/Mexican destroyer?
I knew it was Penta, but I wasn't sure if you were gonna go for the Penta driver or the Mexican destroyer.
Yeah.
Dang.
Indeed. That brings us back to you, Isaac.
Double Feature Faces 3.
Ooh, moving back to here, Good Will Hunting and Thor: The Dark World. I don't remember who this is off the top of my head.
I might know who it is. I
do know who
his
it is.
name.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who is Stellan Skarsgård?
Oh, that's not who I was thinking.
That's interesting.
Yeah, he was also Bootstrap Bill in Pirates of the Caribbean. Luthen Rail, most recently in Andor. He's in a bunch of other stuff. He's a really good actor.
Confession to make, I've never seen Good Will Hunting, so that part was confusing me.
Neither have I. So, but it was on his IMDb, so
Fair enough.
you know. I picked actors and then I picked through their IMDb.
Gotcha.
That was the way I did this. That brings us back to you, Isaac.
Comic crossovers for one.
Comic crossovers for one. In Marvel's Infinity Gauntlet, this Mad Titan used the titular glove to remove half of life in the universe to woo the Lady Death. Isaac?
Who is Thanos?
It is Thanos. It always amazes me the difference between MCU Thanos and Infinity Gauntlet Thanos. MCU Thanos is trying to make the universe a better place by increasing the amount of resources per mouth, while I got to figure out how to reframe that joke to make it podcast appropriate. Comic book Thanos was also, can't say that one either. I got nothing.
He was a killer in a different way. A lady killer.
There you go. That's much better. That's much better. After we're done recording, I will say all of the jokes.
Oh yeah.
All right. So Isaac gets the point on that one. Did I already increase that? I don't. Keep me honest here. Did I bump your score up or no?
I have no idea, to be honest with you.
All right, we're gonna leave it where it is. You're in the lead
Good enough for
anyway
me.
with 600 to Jacob's negative 400. Isaac, you've got the pick.
Cartoon continuity for 3.
Cartoon continuity for 3. In Teen Titans, this former apprentice of Deathstroke eventually embraced her heroic destiny and became a core member of the team.
Oh, I can't remember. Oh, I do know.
Do you?
I do.
Oh, I heard Jacob first. Jacob.
Was Raven?
It is not Raven. Isaac?
Who is Terra?
It is Terra.
Shout out Teen Titans Go.
Yes.
Me knowing that.
That's funny. Isaac, you get to pick again here.
Let's do the Star Wars characters for 4.
Star Wars characters for 4. I forgot about this one. This gas miner can be seen escaping Cloud City with a Camtono, or a container of material, in The Empire Strikes Back. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who is Wilro Hood? The only reason why I thought that this was somewhat obtainable was because every year at Star Wars Celebration, there is the run of the Wilro Hoods. Where a bunch of guys
Never
dress
heard
up
of him.
as this guy. It's the guy that is walking with the 80s ice cream machine. 70s ice cream machine at that point. Yeah, really niche. I'm sorry.
Doesn't help me.
Yeah, it's like blink and you'll miss it stuff. But enough people have noticed that it's like a thing now.
Gotcha.
Anyway, Isaac?
So we have Wrestling Finishers 2 still available?
We do have Wrestling Finishers 2 still available.
Let's do that then.
Fireman's Carry Takeover.
Oh,
5,
you wouldn't put that.
4. Jacob.
What's a power bomb?
It is not a power bomb. Isaac?
I don't think you'd put it on here, but what is Nightwing, Lyra Valkyria?
It is not Nightwing.
Great
Although
move, though.
I can't remember what that is off the top of my head, so it might be very similar. But It is John Cena's attitude adjustment.
Oh, it is very similar to.
Yeah.
It's kind of similar. Ish.
Yeah, it might be.
Same initial stance.
Right. So
I knew Cena was on there somewhere.
Indeed. What do we have?
Let's round out the category.
Wrestling finishers for 4 is the Crucifix Power Bomb.
That's upsetting.
This is both an old and a new wrestler. New-ish. I mean, current wrestler. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is the Razor's Edge from Damian Priest and Razor
I was
Ramon.
gonna say Priest too.
Yep, because
but my mind
Crucifix,
went
he gets
to
him, it gets him up, and then Power Bomb.
Yep. 'Cause my mind immediately went with Priest to the South of Heaven, but that's a choke slam, so I was like, oh, it's not Priest.
I see what you're saying. What are we thinking next, Isaac?
Double feature faces 5.
Black Adam and Deadpool and Wolverine. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is Henry Cavill. Showed up as Superman in that movie and then showed up as Wolverine in Deadpool and Wolverine.
I was like, The Rock was not in Deadpool Wolverine.
Yeah, I had a little fun with that one. All right, what are we thinking next?
Comic crossovers 4.
Comic crossovers for 4. In Marvel's Secret Wars 2015, this mutant hero from Earth 616 merges with the Phoenix Force during an incursion with the Ultimate Universe, or 1610. I'll just say this. Look at the X-Men, take a guess. Five.
I mean, in that
4,
case,
3, Isaac. 2, Isaac.
Who is Jean Grey?
It is not Jean Grey. She's dead at this point.
You said Phoenix, so I was like, all right, well.
Yep. That's fair. Jacob, any ideas?
I do not know, sadly.
All right. It is Cyclops.
Oh, shoot.
That was close then.
Yeah, you were really close. Really close. Isaac?
Cartoon continuity for 4.
Cartoon continuity for 4. In Batman the Animated Series, part of Bruce's inspiration for Batman is an old TV show called The Gray Ghost, voiced by this former crime fighter. I'm looking for the actual voice actor of the Gray Ghost in the show.
Oh, man.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who is Adam West? The 66 Batman.
Makes sense, yeah.
Indeed. It was a fun little thing that they did there. Good episode, too. That whole show is brilliant. But we talked about that last time, so. Isaac?
Oh, we did. That's right.
Yeah, we did.
I was like, what are you on about? Oh, yeah. I totally forgot what we even did last episode.
What are you on about?
Double feature faces for 4.
Double feature faces. Captain America Brave New World and Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
Why can't I think of his name?
It's always the name.
It's always the name. Faces there. I'll try. I don't actually know, but I'll try it.
4. Isaac.
Who is Giancarlo Esposito?
No. He's not in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
Dang.
Jacob, you've got the chance to steal.
No clue, sadly.
Fair enough. Who is Tim Blake Nelson? Played the leader in Brave New World and one of the escaped convicts in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? I forget his character's name off the top of my head.
Yeah, the leader was my second guess there, but I had no idea who played him.
Yeah. Indeed. All right, Isaac.
We got 3 left, all
Oh, wait.
500s.
Sorry. Forgot I had to do that. Yep, we got 3 left in 500. Cartoon continuity, strange Star Wars characters, and comic crossovers. What are we thinking, Isaac?
Let's just go left to right. Cartoon continuity.
Cartoon continuity in Spider-Man the Animated Series. This editor-in-chief's son accidentally brings home the Venom symbiote. Oh my gosh. Brings the Venom symbiote to Earth.
So you want the editor's name, not the son's name?
Yeah, this one should have been a lot lower. Isaac.
Who is J. Jonah Jameson?
Yeah, this one should have been a lot lower. You are correct.
Good, because I didn't know his son's name.
I think it's John.
It is John, you're right.
John, yep. Maybe. Take her home,
Let's
Isaac.
get strange out here.
Strange Star Wars characters. In Legends, the Sith Master Darth Plagueis was given this name at birth, which he would use to make political and business moves.
I've heard this in passing, but I don't remember it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who is Hugo Damask?
Maybe I hadn't heard it in passing.
There you go. That brings us to comic crossovers for 500. In Marvel Civil War, this young superhero team inadvertently causes an explosion that kills 600 people, leading to the Superhero Registration Act.
If we were going off of the movie, I could tell you.
3, 2, 1. Who are the New Warriors? That brings us to the end of the game. Isaac has 1,000 points at the end of all of it. Jacob has negative 900. I apologize for making Jeopardy very hard.
Hey, you know, it's good trivia to know.
I learned a lot.
There you go. But not only is that the end of the game, that, if I can hit the right button, is the end of the podcast. And boy, it's been a long one. We've talked about video games. We've talked about toys. We've talked about wrestling. And a little bit of everything in between.
Let's establish the fact that we have a new champion, please.
Oh, you're right. Hang on.
I'm turning heel for this run.
Oh my.
Wow.
He's turning heel. I'm turning down the ring bell before I move any farther. And new display shelf champion, Isaac.
I apologize if that was a little loud.
That was just a tad loud, but it's okay.
Except I don't apologize. Because you have to respect your champ's decisions.
He's leaning into the heel persona. Oh no.
Sure is.
Oh my.
Sheesh.
Anyone who wants to step up will be put in the dirt.
But that means that next week, you've got to step in the ring with me.
Indeed.
Our next podcast. So, I don't know what we're going to do, but We're going to do something,
We'll figure it out.
and I'm coming for that title.
Good luck.
But in the meantime, you can follow us on our social medias at the Instagram at DisplayShelf Podcast.
Very confident sounding. Yes, it is at Instagram at DisplayShelf Podcast. X/Twitter, whatever you want to call it, is at DisplayShelf Pod. And then on both YouTube and Spotify, depending on the one that you're on, the other one is DisplayShelf Podcast.
Whee. So yeah, like, subscribe, come back for more. Go listen to episode 2. It's a good
Please
episode.
go listen to episode 2.
It needs some love. And also our last episode was really good. It was really long though. Oh,
Very long.
we forgot. So I tried Sprite with tea. And
The all important.
That is important.
I meant to put that as part of my collection check-in. Jacob also tried it.
Yes, I did. It was
Jacob, what were your
tea
thoughts
tasting.
on Sprite with tea? Was it?
well, like I kind of said that it was like reminds me of Lipton iced tea or something
Yeah.
like that, and you get the tea taste first and the Sprite aftertaste afterwards. So,
That is a good way to put it.
but it's I think it's I don't know if I drink it over regular tea or regular Sprite as well, but it's something to spice it up, I guess.
It is. It definitely is. I do want to pull up some information before I give my take, if I can find it. I cannot. It's fine. It is not Sprite plus tea, but it does tell you exactly
Revelation.
what it is on the package, and that is a lemon lime and tea flavored soda. So there you go. Doesn't taste exactly like tea, but if you do definitely get like a Lipton iced tea, which makes me really question Lipton iced tea. Like I can't get iced tea at the Taco Bell. Just don't taste right.
Yeah.
That boy ain't right.
That boy ain't right.
Eh.
Anyway, speaking of things that aren't right, go listen to episode 2. Okay, all right. In all seriousness, though, like, subscribe. We'll be back in 2 weeks. And until then, speak softly and carry a large stick. I'm not signing off like that. Goodbye. Like and subscribe. Bye, everybody.
Try Sprite tea.
Speak softly, carry a stick.